you something. Shalom, shalom, shalom. It's always something with this technology, man. But all praise to Yahweh Shem Yahushua. Call Allah Yahweh by Shem Yahushua. Call Allah Yahweh by Shem Yahushua. Barakatah Yahweh, Barakatah Yahushua. Fisherman of Zion back with another video through the spirit and the power of Yahweh by Shem Yahushua HaMashiach. Yahweh, who the world understands as God, in the name of his son, Yahweh Shah, who the world understands as Jesus the Christ, the anointing, the King of Kings and the Lord of Lords, the Alpha and the Omega. Fisherman for Zion back with another video. Don't count this as a light thing to do. Brother Hosea, all praises, glory, honor to Yahweh in the name of his son, Yahweh Shah. Shabbat Shalom to those keeping the Sabbath, Friday sundown to Saturday sundown. Lord willing, you enduring, forsaking the flesh and the cares of this world to the best of your ability. In these last days, all praise to the Most High. Call Allah Yahweh by Shem Yahweh Shah. Barakatah Yahweh, Barakatah Yahweh Shah. Bless the Most High Yahweh in the name of his son, Yahweh Shah. Peace and blessings to all the saints, so-called blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans across the four corners of the earth and during in these last days, striving to forsake the flesh and the cares of this world. Peace and blessings to you, Lord willing. You continue to stay in the fight and you continue to stay on this marathon and during in these last days. Peace and blessings to each and every household in the Most High Yahweh in the name of his son, Yahweh Shah. Keeping the faith and enduring in these last days. I want to get this real quick in Psalms 122 as we open up, starting to laying the foundation. This is the book of Psalms, chapter 122, and I'm going to start at verse 1. And it reads, I was glad when they said unto me, let us go into the house of the Lord Yahweh. Our feet shall stand within thy gates, O Jerusalem. All praise to the Most High that we continue to able to stand in these last days, striving and enduring, forsaking the flesh and the cares of this world, still striving to hold on to the faith that the Most High has bestowed upon us, bearing forth fruit, as it says in John 15, in verse 15 and 16 on down, you know, bringing forth their fruit unto the Most High, you know, as the Most High has chose us, so-called blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans, you know, and our feet shall stand, you know, as we contend for the faith, as we continue to make our calling and election sure, you know, being holy as possible, righteous as possible in the eyes of the Most High, you know, striving to be blameless, you know, our feet shall stand, you know. So it says, Psalms 122 and verse 1 again, I was glad when they said it to me, let us go into the house of the Lord Yahweh. You know, so like it says in Deuteronomy, there was a point in time where the Most High had stricken us and smitten us as a nation, you know, because we wasn't glad, because we wasn't serving the Lord with joyfulness of heart, you know, and the abundance of all things that he's given us. So we have to be glad in these last days, you know. If you're not glad that the Most High still has grace and mercy upon you, you know, I'm not sure, you know, what it is that you're replacing that gladness for, you know. So like the title says, the key of David, the elect, the 144,000 plus laws, statutes, and judgments, you know. So I want to open up with this precept in Jude right quick, you know, the key of David, the elect, the 144,000 plus laws, statutes, and judgments, you know. So it's important for us to continue to go over law, statutes, and commandments in these last days as well. That's why at the end of this lesson, Lord willing, we can touch on some of these laws, statutes, and commandments, you know, because if you're not learning about the law, statutes, and commandments, how are you able to better yourself in the understanding of the Most High? You know, seeing what it is that I'm doing wrong, seeing what it is that you may be doing wrong, seeing what it is that we can correct ourselves in, and the ways that we can correct ourselves in the ways of God, you know, because the ways of God, you're not going to find it at the grocery store. You're not going to find it at your local high school or your local college, you know, whatever university that you may reside in, or even your job, your workplace. They're not going to teach you the ways of God. So we got to continue to get to the truth, follow the truth, you know, thank the Most High for the truth, and to continue to stay in the truth, you know, and pattern our ways after the ways of the truth. So this is Jude chapter 1. It's only one chapter, and I'm going to start at verse 3. Jude 1 and 3, and it reads, it says, Beloved, when I gave all diligence to write unto you of the common salvation, it was needful for me to write unto you and exhort you that ye should earnestly contend for the faith which was once delivered unto the saints. So this is where we are in these last days, and for a fact we are living in the last days, and we should be contending for the faith, you know, having a care for the word of the Most High, You know, having a love, a desire, you know, a zeal, you know, to follow and to read and keep our minds on the word of the Most High. You know, if it's not that, you know, how can we say we contending for the faith? You know, how can we say we have a care for God's word if we're not following his word day by day, you know, night by night, you know? Everything that's going on in our lives and everything that's going on in the world, we gotta still have a love and a passion, you know, to continue to follow the word of God, continue to follow the Most High God. You know, we have to continue to contend for the faith, you know. So let's look into this word in the blue letter so we can get a deeper understanding. Salaki. Let's look this up right quick. So contending, what does contending look like to you? You know, because you might have a team when you look at sports, and they may have won the championship last year, so they may be contenders. You know, still defending that title. You know, especially if they still have the same members on that team. So this is in the blue letter. I want to get the etymology of earnestly contend. Now it says to contend, you know, but let's look this up. It says compete, assert something as a position in the argument. So we gotta compete, you know, on the righteous sense, you know, on the spiritual level. We should be competing, you know, to not allow Satan to overthrow us and to have his way. You know, we should be in a position of not wanting to be looked at as the same way as evildoers, you know, and we should be more so ambassadors, you know, for the word of the Most High, you know. Now I want to get this in Isaiah real quick. Now Isaiah, this is the book of Isaiah, and I want to get a quick precept right quick. Now this is Isaiah. I want to get this quick precept real quick. Let me see where I want to start at. Isaiah, because we should definitely very well have our spirits on a level, you know, where we saying, okay, I'm not like this evil person, so I'm gonna do something different than what they do, you know. Now this is I want to get straight to the point. I don't want to take up too much time. Now this is Isaiah chapter 5 and verse 20, and it reads, it says, woe unto them that call evil good and good evil. So how can we contend for the faith if we're calling evil good? You know, if we're looking at something that's evil and we're saying, well, that's not that bad. How are we contending for the faith if that's the case, if that's our mindset, you know? So the Most High through Isaiah said, woe unto them, meaning destruction, you know, to them that call evil good and somebody that calls good evil, you know. So a lot of people are calling the Israelites evil, you know, because we're only saying and reciting the same things God said, you know. So now they're calling the Israelites that follow the Bible, they're calling the Israelites evil, you know, because that's what it is, you know. In this society, they say, okay, something that's evil, they say is good. So the Most High said, Isaiah 5 and 20 again, woe unto them that call evil good and good evil, that put darkness for light and light for darkness, that put bitter for sweet and sweet for bitter. So we got to make sure, you know, we're not saying something is good that's actually evil. And we got to make sure we're following the ways of the Most High to the T as best as we possibly can. So going back to Jude 1 and 3, it says, beloved, when I gave all diligence to write unto you of the common salvation, it was needful for me to write unto you and exhort you that ye should earnestly contend for the faith which was once delivered unto the saints, you know. So we got to contend for the faith. And I also want to get 2 Peter. And that's very important. And that's one thing that the elect, and being that we're talking about this, that's one thing the elect is going to do. They're going to contend for the faith, you know. And we're gonna dissect, you know, what the elect is and who the elect is, you know. And rightfully so, what the traits of the elect may have, you know, because you got to ask yourself, do you have this? You know, Moses was doing this, so were you doing this? King David was doing this, so are you doing this? You know, Rachel, Leah, you know, Dorcas, the woman that was making garments for the apostles, she did this. So you as a woman, are you doing that? You know, so we're going to dissect and go into many different aspects on what we should be examining ourselves and finding and looking and seeing if we have, you know, or maybe I don't have this, or maybe I do have this, you know, maybe I can do this better because I don't do that better, you know. So these are things that we got to talk about, especially in these times that we're living in now. More evils are increasing on the earth. Love is getting waxed cold, you know. False doctrines are on the run, on the rampant rise like wildfire, spreading all across the earth, you know, in different congregations, in different churches, in different aspects of somebody looking at a religious aspect of what it is. They may think it's spiritual or holy or righteous. So we got to dissect and go into many different aspects of what the elect done and what they stayed away from, what King David did, what he stayed away from, what he struggled with, that you may struggle with. We got to go into these things. We got to talk about these matters in these last days. So this is 2 Peter chapter 1, and I'm going to start at verse 10. And it reads, 2 Peter 1 and 10. I'm going to start at verse 9. I'm going to start at verse 8. 2 Peter 1 and 8, it says, for if these things be in you, you know, talking about godliness, brotherly love, charity, things like that. For if these things be in you and abound, they make you that ye shall neither be barren nor unfruitful in the knowledge of our Lord Yahweh Shah HaMashiach, as the world knows him as Jesus the Christ. So we want to be able to find out if we're bringing forth things that can be righteous in God's eyes, or not bringing forth things that the Most High God might not see as righteous. You know, that's why it's important for us to bring fruit. Let me get another precept, St. John, because the Most High said this. He didn't say bring a basket full of apples and oranges and grapes, you know, and pomegranates. You know, bringing forth fruits is bringing forth things like you read about in Galatians, the 5th chapter, you know, verse 21 on down. Peace, love, joy, patience, long suffering, and things like that. So this is St. John chapter 15, and I'm going to start at verse 16, and it reads, it says, ye have not chosen me, but I have chosen you and ordained you that ye should go and bring forth fruit, and that your fruit shall remain, that whatsoever ye shall ask of the Father in my name, he may give it you. These things I command you, that ye love one another. So bringing forth fruit is a sacrifice. And that's one thing the Most High is looking for in these last days. You know, you might have to sacrifice getting closer and loving somebody that don't love you and that don't like you. That's the sacrifice. That's not easy. You know, it's easy to say that, but it's not easy to do. And these things the Most High is looking for, because not only did we have the Messiah given to us as an atonement to get us back to the Father as Israelites, but one thing we have is the Holy Spirit, you know, to help us, teach us, bring things back to our remembrance, you know. And now you have a principality and a dominion over certain places as well as certain nations, but more so the Israelites. You know, we got hatred on a high level, hating our own people on a high level, you know, because these are principalities that we deal with. Like when you read Ephesians chapter 6, you know, there's things in high places that we deal and fight with every day, you know. And so dealing with your people, that's one thing, you know, and that's something we got to sacrifice. We got to love our people, especially when they don't love us, because that's one thing that the Messiah done, you know. He loved us even when we didn't even, you know, love him back. Isaiah said it best. Isaiah 53. Let me read that in Isaiah. So loving our own people, that's something that we got to do. And that's one thing that elect is going to do. You know, you got people want to kill you. Hey, what did King David do? King David had Saul trying to kill him. But what did King David say? Well, you know what? You know, I'm a blood, so I'm gonna run up on the block. I'm gonna spin the block. No, you know, King David didn't do that. He continued to think about the Most High. That's why, one of my favorite precepts, my Bible verses, Isaiah, the 26th chapter. Thou will keep him in perfect peace, whose mind is stayed on thee. You know, even though you got all hell and high water running rampant in your life, You know, when you got your mind stayed on the Most High, he would keep you in perfect peace. That's not saying things is going to be better for you. That's not saying you're going to have more money. That's not saying you're not going to have any pain in your body. But when you keep your mind on the Lord, it kind of decreases the suppression of that pain you're dealing with. You know, it's like a stimulant. The Most High is a stimulant for all your problems. You know, he's a suppressant. You know, just like if you was to take herbs, or if you was to take some type of medicine to try to take the pain away, the Most High's peace will take that agony and that pressure away from that situation, and he'll make it seem like it's not even really that big of a deal. But you know, hey, I only got $2. You know, I really ain't got that much money, but I got the Most High. You know, I got the Most High. You know, he can answer all my prayers, even if he don't answer this situation. And then you go to the next day, man, you know, I lost my job, but you know, I still got the Lord on my side. You know, he said in Lamentations 3, his compassions are renewed every day. You know, so hey, he could have killed me, but hey, I'm still here. So hey, I got another opportunity, you know, to do something for the Lord today. Or you might have lost a loved one. You know, you go to the next day, or you go to the next year. You know, he's going to give you that peace to keep you stable in that situation. Like if you was to have your finger cut off and you was to lose a lot of blood or something, you know, you got things that could kind of ease that pain and slow that wound down from losing so much blood, so you don't die off. The Most High, you know, even though we got a lot of pain and agony and turmoil and adversity that we deal with, the Lord, he eases a lot of these things that we go through. So this is Isaiah 53, and I'm gonna start at verse 3. It says, he is despised and rejected of men, a man of sorrows and acquainted with grief, and we hid as it were our faces from him. He was despised and we esteem him not. Meaning, hey, we didn't have no respect for him. That's what it means by we esteem him not. You know, we didn't respect that he was the lamb that was coming, that Peter said in first Peter 1:19. You know, a lamb without spot and blemish. You know, as it also states in Hebrews. You know, he's that lamb. He's not only that lamb, he's that high priest that's going to come and atone for us to get back to the Most High in good grace. You know, so this is 2 Peter chapter 1 and verse 10. It says, it's like in verse 8, 2 Peter 1:8. For if these things be in you and abound, they make you that ye shall neither be barren nor unfruitful in the knowledge of our Lord Yahweh Shah HaMashiach. It says verse 9, but he that lacketh these things is blind and cannot see afar off, and hath forgotten that he was purged from his old sins. And that's one thing the elect is not going to be. They're not going to be blind. They're not going to be tossed to and fro. They're not going to be confused, you know, because we know the Most High is not the author of confusion. You know, they're going to know, okay, this is the right way to go. You know, this is what I'm supposed to be doing. Okay, that's not what I'm supposed to be doing. Okay, I have to cleave unto the truth. You know, I got to hold on to the truth. I got to endure this thing. You know, even though it's rough and it's hard and it's painful, you know, I got to have patience. You know, I got to have long suffering. I got to have joy. You know, I got to be, you know, at love with my brothers and my sisters. You know, verse 10, it says, wherefore, 2 Peter 1:10, it says, wherefore the rather, brethren, give diligence to make your calling and election sure. For if ye do these things, ye shall never fall. And so that's what contending for the faith is. You know, having a care, you know, for reading, having a care for praying, having a care for fasting, having a care for examining yourself to see if you're falling, you know, falling away from having faith in the Most High. That's also a gift. You know, I mean, a fruit that we got to have. You know, we got to have faith, because if we don't believe on the Messiah, you know, we basically don't believe on the sacrifice that Yahweh, the Heavenly Father has gave us. You know, he has gave us a sacrifice, which he gave up his only begotten son. And here it is, you don't have faith. You know, you're going to be cut off, you know, straight up. You're going to be cut off. So it's very important for us to make our calling sure. You know, meaning, hey, we got to have hope, you know, because if you don't hope, you know, basically, what are you doing? You know, you got to have hope. Let me get that in Hebrews. That's very key. And that's what the elect is going to have. They're going to have hope. You know, how can you hope for something when you have it all in your hands? You know, it's a lot of the elect right now that don't got no money. that's broke, you know. Hey, you even had Moses. He said he would rather, therefore, not to be called the son of Pharaoh's daughter than to enjoy the riches. He rather suffer than to enjoy the riches. Let me get that real quick. You know, this is Hebrews chapter 11 and verse 24. It says, by faith, Moses, when he was come to years, refused to be called the son of Pharaoh's daughter, choosing rather to suffer affliction. So Moses chose rather to suffer affliction. You know, Shabbat Shalom. He had very rare rather to suffer with his people, knowing his heritage, coming back to the Heavenly Father, Yahweh and Yahweh Shah, than to enjoy the riches and the wealth, you know, of the Egyptians, you know. So Hebrews 11 and 25, it says, choosing rather to suffer affliction with the people of God Most High than to enjoy the pleasures of sin for a season, you know. So at that moment right then and there, you know, you might be tossed to and fro like, man, you know, I'm going through it. People hate me. People looking down on me. My back is against the wall. I ain't got no money. I'm in trouble. I ain't got a lot of answers, you know. But the elect, they gonna stand strong. They not gonna move to the left or move to the right before they call upon the name of the Most High, you know. Moses, hey, he called upon the name of the Most High when he had to deal with all of these Israelites, you know. When he was breaking the tables of stone, you know, when he was smoking the rock instead of speaking to the rock, you know, Moses was going through it too. Hey, the elect men that you read about, they went through it. David went through it, you know. And here it is, you know, hey, we might miss a bill, we might miss a car payment, we might not be able to pay our taxes, we might not be able to pay our student loans, you know, you got a flat tire, your body dealing with infirmities, sicknesses, and here it is, you ready to give up. When King David, he had people trying to kill him. Moses had people trying to kill him, you know, and not only people trying to kill him, he had Israelites trying to kill him, scoffing up against him, bucking up against him, you know, and he knew very well the Most High sent him to do specific things, you know, but we can barely make it through, you know. We ain't got nothing in the refrigerator. We ready to give up. That's why it's important for us to make our calling and election sure and contend for the faith and see the patterns and the ways of the Most High's mighty servants, you know, the elect, you know, especially those that we read about. Now, Hebrews 11 and 1, because this is what the elect got, you know, the elect got the faith, you know. When you read about Jeremiah, you know, he was out there dealing with ridicule. He was out there dealing with people wanting to snitch on him, saying you better not teach or we gonna tell and get you killed. You know, when you look at men like Paul, had to deal with people that was kind of, you know, acting like they was on an apostle level and trying to make themselves famous, spreading the words and trying to make it seem like they was on his side and then overthrow him as well. Because Paul said he dealt with men, you know, that was crept in as well, you know. So we got to look at how we deal with our friends and our family members, and a lot of the things that you deal with might be the same thing that elect men and women dealt with as well. So this is Hebrews chapter 11 and 1, and it reads, it says, now faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. So we got to make sure that we got to question that. You know, do I really have faith? Because every time a situation come up, I get, you know, kind of shaken. You know, you can't have your faith shaken. You got to be standing firm and sure. You know, like Moses, Daniel, Noah, Ezekiel. You know, and these mighty men and women. You know, hey, you got to elect women too, and we're going to talk about that. You got to elect women too. Don't just think it's just only men. You got certain women that the Most High had foreknew and ordained from the beginning of time too, you know. So let me get this in Colossians. Let's go to Colossians real quick, you know. So you got to talk about these things, because this is a lot of stuff that a lot of people don't even realize on a basic level. You know, you still got the elect on the earth. And I remember at camp, I believe it was 2 weeks ago at camp, we had a theologian that came up to the camp. You know, we had a theologian that was, you know, he was questioning. He was putting a lot of questions out there, and questioning a lot of things. And he said He said, "Hey, do y'all believe that the prophets are still on the earth right now?" And we was like, "Very well, so." He was like, "All right, y'all have a good day." He walked off. He didn't want to talk to us anymore, because he probably was thinking, he didn't really say anything left after he said that, but I'm pretty sure he was thinking we was crazy. Very well asked us. He said, "Do y'all think the prophets are still on the earth right now?" And we said absolutely. They're on the earth right now in another vessel, in another earthly body, with the same spirit that they had when the Messiah was walking the earth and when Moses was walking the earth. Now, this is Colossians chapter 3, and I'm going to start at verse 12. Colossians 3 and 12, and it reads, it says, "Put on, therefore, as the elect of God, holy and beloved, bowels of mercy, kindness, humbleness of mind, meekness, long suffering." So these are things that we got to bring forth, like we just read, contending for the faith, making our calling and election sure. These are things that we got to bring forth and to strive for. We don't just have all this grace and mercy just to be sitting around and just kind of folding our hands and kicking our feet up and just watching TV all day. We got grace and mercy to bring forth these things before the Most High. You got the Most High being patient with us for a reason, long suffering with us for a reason. And like it says in Psalms 18:25 on down, it says, "With the merciful thou shalt shew thyself merciful." So if you're merciful to somebody, the Most High can be merciful to you. And these are traits and these are things the elect is going to do. So let me get Romans real quick. And we don't know who the elect is and where the elect is. That's just hidden manner the Most High hasn't revealed to us. So this is Romans chapter 8, and I'm going to start at verse 27. Romans 8 and 27, and it reads, it says, "And he that searcheth the hearts." Who searcheth the hearts? The Most High. He knows our mindset. He knows just about he knows everything about us. The Most High, he searcheth the hearts. He searcheth the mind. It says Romans 8 and 27, "And he that searcheth the hearts knoweth what is the mind of the Spirit, because he maketh intercession for the saints according to the will of Most High God." And the saints are the Israelites, so-called Black, Hispanics, and Native Americans. You can read about that in Psalms 148 and 14 on down. In verse 28, Romans 8 and 28, it says, "And we know that all things work together for good to them that love God, to them who are called according to his purpose." Here's the point, verse 29. "For whom he did foreknow, he also did predestinate to be conformed to the image of his Son, that he might be the firstborn among many brethren." So what does it mean? What is it talking about when it says predestinate? So let's get this in a blue letter. Let's get this etymology right quick. The word etymology. So what is destinate going into? Let me get this. I'm not sure if it's going to play the sound. So this is predestinate. It says decide beforehand. So the Most High decided beforehand who was going to be the elect, as you see it right there. This is Strong's G 4309. So the Most High decided before he created a lot of things who was going to be the elect, the 1/3, who was going to be the 144,000, who was going to be the 1/3 of women, who was going to be the 1/3 of men, 12,000 from the tribe of Naphtali, 12,000 for the tribe of Issachar, 12,000 for the tribe of Levi, 12,000 for the tribe of Simeon. The Most High had already beforehand had this thing played out. It says to predetermine, decide beforehand. It says to foreordain, appoint beforehand. So that's what predestinate is talking about when you read Romans 8 and 29. So let's read it one more time. It says, so like Romans 8 and 29, it says, for whom he did foreknow, he also did predestinate to be conformed to the image of his son, that he might be the firstborn among many brethren. It says, moreover, whom he did predestinate, them he also called, and whom he called, them he also justified, and whom he justified, them he also glorified. What shall we then say to these things? If Most High God be for us, who can be against us? So the Most High already knew, who was going to represent, who was going to be the apostles. He already knew who was going to be the king, who was going to be the judges, who was going to be the rulers, who was going to be, the ambassadors that's going to represent him, fight with him in his second coming, all of those things. The Most High already foreknown that. So let's get another precept. Let's get Jeremiah chapter 1. He knew who was going to be the prophets. He knew who was going to be the apostles. Who knew who was going to be the teachers, the judges, you name it. He already knew that. And that's, that's what we understand to be, him being, the Ancient of Days, Yahweh. So this is Jeremiah chapter 1, and I'm going to start at verse 5. So I'm going to start at verse 4. Jeremiah 1 and 4, it says, then the word of the Lord Yahweh came unto me, saying, before I formed thee in the belly I knew thee, and before thou camest forth out of the womb I sanctified thee, and I ordained thee a prophet unto the nations. They'll go to word ordained again. So that's going into he foreknew, he predestinate. So that's what the Most High deals with. It's not like we can just say, well, I can say Yahweh Shah, I can say Yahweh, I can memorize precepts. I'm a part of a congregation, so I must be of the elect. No, that's not how the Most High get down. He already had his thing worked out before we ever stepped foot on the earth. He already had his thing figured out. So let me get Isaiah real quick. This is the book of Isaiah. It's not like somebody can say, well, I want to fight for King David's spot. So let me kind of get in there. Let me kind of contend and make myself known. Hey, the Most High already had that played out. So this is Isaiah chapter 43. And I want to start at verse 10. And it reads, it says, ye are my witnesses, said the Lord Yahweh, and my servant. So what is the Most High saying? Ye are his witnesses. He already had his witnesses picked out. It wasn't like he was just sitting back saying, let me see who's going to listen to me. Let me see who's going to do what I tell him to do. He already knew that. Isaiah 43 and 10. Ye are my witnesses, said the Lord Yahweh, and my servant, whom I have chosen, that ye may know and believe me, and understand that I am he. Before me there was no God most high, formed neither shall there be after me. So the Most High already set this up. He already ordained this to be the mechanism that plays out. And the same thing happened with Peter when you look at Matthew the 16th chapter. When Yahweh asked him, said, hey, who do the people say I am? So let's go there real quick to explain and elaborate that. So this is Matthew chapter 16. It's not like Yahweh just found Peter and just grabbed him and say, hey, what's up? I'm the King of Kings and the Lord of Lords. And a lot of people like to question the Israelites right now. How do you know you're an Israelite? And when they don't get the answer that they want, they say, nah, you never stepped foot in the land. You wasn't this, you wasn't that. The same way Yahweh revealed it to Peter, that's the same way Yahweh revealed it to us. The valley of the dry bones. Can these bones live? The Most High woke us up. He put it in our spirit. He ordained certain individuals, not saying I'm the elect or anything like that. But if you believe on Yahweh Shah right now, if you believe on the Son of Man right now, it's a great possibility, a great possibility that you believed on him back in the days when he was walking the earth. All of the deception and wickedness that's going on in this earth right now, And it's a lot of things that can persuade somebody not to believe the truth. You know, like the scripture say, if it very well be possible, the elect would have been very well easily deceived, but it's not going to be so, because the Most High has set things up for the elect not to be deceived. You know, if it be the Most High, you can't overthrow it unless you be found fighting against the Most High, like it says in Acts the 5th chapter. You know, so you know, let's get this precept in Matthew chapter 16 real quick. You know, so this is Acts. I'm also thinking about another precept. This is Acts. I'm gonna start at verse 16. It's like it, chapter 16. It's like in Matthew chapter 16 and verse 13, and it reads, it says, when Yahushua came into the coast of Caesarea Philippi, he asked his disciples, saying, whom do men say that I, the Son of Man, am? You know, and these are the questions that we all had to ask. You know, who is Yahushua? You know, you probably asked that question when you was in the Sunday church and Sunday school. You know, who is Jesus? You know, a lot of people may have asked that question. You know, they may ask a lot of questions about a lot of these religions. You know, so hey, you may ask your trying to think of this analogy. You may ask your pastor, say, hey, I seen some Israelite videos. Hey, what is this really going into? What does it mean to be an Israelite? What does it mean to be a descendant of Jacob? You know, so hey, somebody may question it, you know, and there's nothing wrong with questioning. There ain't nothing wrong with questioning. You know, that's what Peter and the apostles did. You know, they questioned a lot of things. They very well questioned a lot of things. So hey, this is Matthew 16 and 13. It says, when Yahushua came into the coast of Caesarea Philippi, he asked his disciples, saying, whom do men say that I, the Son of Man, am? You know, and they said, some say that thou art John the Baptist, and some Elias, meaning Elijah, and others Jeremiah, meaning Jeremiah the prophet, or one of the prophets. You know, so they were saying, some people say you're John the Baptist, some people say you're Elijah back on the earth, some people say you're Jeremiah the prophet back on the earth. You know, and these are things we've all, as an Israelite, have questioned. You know, some way, some shape or form. You know, before you know, Yahushua was a so-called dark-skinned man, so-called black man from the tribe of Judah. You know, so-called Negro man. A lot of people were questioning. You know, is Jesus really a white man? You know, as they say. You know, where's the truth? What's the truth? You know, a lot of people may have questioned these things. But let's read on. Matthew 16 and verse 16. It says, and Simon Peter answered and said, so hey, out of all the apostles, Peter came out and first answered. You know, he stood up and he answered before anybody answered. Matthew 16 and 16. And Simon Peter answered and said, thou art the Christ, meaning the anointed, the Son of the living God. So Yahushua asked me, hey, the Messiah said, hey, who do they say I am? You know, they say, hey, they say you John the Baptist, they say you Elijah. But Peter said, hey, I know you the anointed. I know you the Messiah. You know, and guess what? Guess what that represents? Guess what that actually represents that Peter did? He didn't wait till James said something. He didn't wait till, you know, Thomas said something. He didn't kind of just sit back and just wait to see what anybody else was going to do. Peter said out of his own mouth, Yahushua didn't tell him. The Messiah didn't tell him. You know, Peter had faith from the jump, you know, and that's what the elect is going to have. When you look at this and you look at Peter, this is a representation of him having faith. And what's going to separate the 1/3 from the 2/3? It's faith. You know, you got a lot of people that really not in this truth like that. They just going with the motions. They just doing what other people do. You know, they just want to be seen. They want to be heard. They want to be known. They want somebody to see their garments, their fringes. They want somebody to see their videos. They want somebody to see they debates or their street teachings or their live videos. But the elect, they won't have faith. You know, whether somebody really see them or not. You know, they gonna be in that thing. You know, they really gonna have a care. They're gonna have a love. They're gonna have a zeal. They're gonna have joy. They're gonna have passion. They're gonna have long suffering. You know, you really ain't really gonna tell if they waxing worse or if they getting increasing or not. Cause they might have a poker face. You know, they might just really be in that thing. You know, and that's what Peter was doing. He said, "Hey, I know who you is. You know, it don't matter what they say, who they say you are. I know you, Yahushua. I know you the anointed. I know you the King of Kings and the Lord of Lords." Peter came out first and said that. And we gonna break this down and what this really means and what it does and how it represents as the elect. So Matthew 16:16, it says, "And Simon Peter answered and said, Thou art the Christ," meaning the anointed, the Son of the living God. Verse 17, "And Yahushua answered and said unto him, Blessed art thou." So, hey, the Most High could be saying, "Blessed art thou" to you. You know, he could be saying you're blessed. You know, and he also told, because Thomas, when you read St. John 20, the 20th chapter, you know, Thomas wanted to put his hands in the Messiah's hand and in his thigh to really believe. But the Most High in that passage, when you read it, he told Thomas, he said, "Blessed are those that have not seen me, but yet they still believe." And Peter stood up and said, "Look, I know who you is. You the anointed." You know, but not only did he have faith, you know, he lived in that, you know. So Matthew 16:17, "And Yahushua answered and said unto him, Blessed art thou, Simon Bar-Jonah, for flesh and blood had not revealed it unto thee." And that's the thing. That's why when you read St. John the 10th chapter, it says, "For some have came up a different way." If you haven't came up by Yahushua and this truth, you're really not really in this truth, you know. Because he told Peter right here, he said, "Flesh and blood has not revealed this to you," you know. Even though you got some that had to be walked and taught and really had the scriptures broken down, but all that is doing is bringing things back to your remembrance. And once that is brought back to your remembrance, it's going to click. I am an Israelite. That is Yahushua. I do believe in him. And it's going to snap. Because flesh and blood didn't have to beat you down and force you to believe in this, but the Holy Spirit, the wisdom, knowledge, and the understanding and things being brought back to your remembrance is just you realigning back to your old ways of how things used to be before you was carried away, before you was casted out, before you was indoctrinated, before you was given idols, before you was given into slavery. You know, it's going to bring you back home. You know, that's why we say come back home. You know, so hey, you got some. Let's get this real quick, and we're gonna come back to this. This is what I was talking about in St. John the 10th chapter. So let's go to St. John chapter 10. It says, St. John chapter 10, verse 1. It says, "Verily, verily, I say unto you, he that entered not by the door into the sheepfold, but climbeth up some other way, the same is a thief and a robber." So this is not just only talking about Esau and Moab and Ammon and Amalek and these other heathen nations. You know, you might be a thief and a robber when you try to come into this truth, acting like you're an Israelite, but you still in the world. You lukewarm, you know. You still holding on to these idols. You still scoffing behind the closed doors. You still hate your brother. You still hate your sister. You know, you still camp banging. You still scoffing and talking about these camps. Talking about the camp leaders, talking about the elders in the nation, you know, trying to overthrow the nation. You know, you might be a thief and a robber because you really ain't really in the truth. You know, you just came up some other way, you know, to either be a stumbling block or a legion of demons, you know, or a way to, you know, try to kill somebody. So the Most High said in St. John 10th chapter, "Verily, verily, I say to you, he that enter not by the door into the sheepfold, but climbing up some other way, the same is a thief and a robber. But he that enter in by the door is the shepherd of the sheep. You see that? So, hey, if you come in this truth by believing on Yahweh Shai, you know, being obedient to his words, you know, repenting when you fall short, he just literally told you, you are a shepherd of the sheep. You know, you very well may be the elect. You know, the elect man if you're a man, and the elect woman if you're a woman. You know, the Most High can use you. If he could put you on the top pedestal to where he allowed the gifts that he gave you, or if you want to say the talents that he gave you, you can give him them talents back and give it an increase. You know, you might have came in as a dope dealer, but you repented. Now you believing on the Lord. You turning away from your wicked ways. You might have came in as a harlot, as a woman that was a whoremonger. Now you repenting and you turning your ways and you getting back to the truth and you believing on Yahweh Shai. You keeping the commandments, and now you trying to help other sisters come out of the wickedness of Babylon the Great. So these are things that the elect is going to show forth. St. John 10:2. So like St. John 10:3, it says, to him the porter opened it, and the sheep hear his voice, and he called his own sheep by name and leaded them out. So, hey, Peter heard that voice. You know, Peter heard the truth. You know, Peter, it was revealed to him. You know, but let's see who revealed it to him, because Yahweh Shai said flesh and blood did not reveal it to him. But let's see who revealed this to him. Let's go back to Matthew 16, and we're going to go back to 17. Matthew 16 and 17. And Yahweh Shai answered and said unto him, blessed art thou, Simon Bar-Jonah, for flesh and blood had not revealed it unto thee, but my Father which is in heaven. You see that? The Most High Yahweh not only gave his son to be crucified for the Israelites, but he gave the elect, you know, Yahweh Shai, start first, because, hey, this truth starts first with the elect. And that's what a lot of people don't realize. They read these scriptures and they say, well, you know, I'm fearfully and wonderfully made. You know, they kind of see it in Psalms. Well, I am fearfully and wonderfully made, but you don't realize to the extent it's first directing towards the elect. That's what a lot of people don't realize. You know, this truth ain't for everybody. You know, and even though you are so-called Black, Hispanic, and Native American, it start with the elect first. You know, and a lot of people, they don't really see that, and they might not even realize that until the last hour, until that last second, to that last trump. You know. So Matthew 16 and 19. And it says, and I will give thee, and I will give unto thee the keys of the kingdom of heaven. And whatsoever thou shalt bind on earth shall be bound in heaven, and whatsoever thou shalt loose on earth shall be loosed in heaven. And he wasn't just only directing this to Peter. He was directing this to the elect. And that's what a lot of people fail to realize. You know, the 12 apostles, they are 12, you know, and one was a demon, one was a devil, and had to be replaced. You know, when you read Acts, the 1st and 2nd chapter, you know. But within that, you also got elect men and women. You also got 100. You also, inside of that 1/3 is 144,000 men. You know, but that's just a top ranking class. That's only men that no woman is a part of. You know, the 144,000, you don't have women in that. But within the 1/3, you do have women, you know. But a lot of people don't realize that the Bible is directed first towards the elect. And I also want to get, since we saying Yahweh revealed it to Peter, I also wanted to get this before we start touching on the 1/3 and 144,000. So let's go back to 1 Peter real quick, you know, because Yahweh did reveal this to Peter. And there's many ways. He breathed on him. You know, you can say that, you know, like when you read Ezekiel the 37th chapter. But I'm gonna read this real quick, and because I said breathed on him, I quoted this first. But before we get 1 Peter, I want to get this in St. John 20, because this is a representation to what actually happened to the elect. So this is St. John chapter 20. And I want to get straight to the point. This is St. John chapter 20, and I don't want to have to read this whole thing. So let me find this starting point. I'm looking over. This is and then we're gonna go to Ezekiel 37. I'm reading over. I'm gonna just get it just to hurry up. So this is St. John chapter 20, and I'm gonna start at verse 21. Then said Yahushua to them again, peace be unto you, as my Father has sent me, even so send I you. And when he had said this, he breathed on them and said unto them, receive ye the Holy Spirit. As it says the Holy Ghost, but we know it's the Holy Spirit. So he breathed on them. And this is the same thing that the Great Awakening had done. You got a lot of Israelites that waking up to their nationality, knowing about the truth, knowing about who they is, coming back to the Most High, coming out of false religions, coming out of bowing down to idols and things like that. So the Most High, spiritually breathe on us. And this is what he has done towards the elect. Now, this is Ezekiel chapter 37, and I'm going to start at verse Ezekiel 37 and 7. It says, so I prophesied as I was commanded, and as I prophesied, there was a noise, and behold, a shaking, and the bones came together, bone to his bone. And when I beheld, lo, the sinews and the flesh came up upon them, and the skin covered them above, but there was no breath in them. And what does it mean it's no breath in them? So when you go back and when you read the curses, the Most High has put curses upon us and casted us away. Prophesied that a lot of these nations will make it known that we wouldn't even know who we are. So not being able to breathe is and not having no breath is almost like having your resources taken away from you. You don't know who you are. You don't know where you're from. You don't know your name. You don't know your father. You don't know your mother. You just out there, just lost. That's why Yahushua said he come for the lost, and we're going to read that in Deuteronomy real quick, and like it says in Matthew 15 and 24, he come for those that are lost. He is not sent unto the lost sheep, the house of Israel. But but like it says in Ezekiel 37 and 8, it says, but there was no breath in them. When you being utterly annihilated, you're gonna have everything taken out of you. Your breath, your blood, oxygen, you're not really gonna have anything. That's why it says the valley of the dry bones. Verse 9, Ezekiel 37 and 9. Then said he unto me, prophesy unto the wind, prophesy, son of man, and say to the wind, thus said the Lord, Yahweh B'Shem Yahushua, Most High God, come from the four winds, O breath. So how in the world somebody in Texas find out that he was an Israelite 20 years ago? Before the internet was a big thing, how in the world was these street teachings running rampant? If the internet wasn't a thing, a lot of people saying, oh, they only doing that because the internet, they only studying this because the internet, you got all these teachers on the internet. But hold on now. It just said, Ezekiel 37 and 9, it just said, come from the four winds, O breath. So when the Most High put it out here for us to start waking up, people that's been in the truth for 30 years, the internet won't around no 30 years, You got 18-year-olds that found out that they're Israelites. You got 80-year-olds that found out that it was Israelites. If you 80 years old and you know you were Israelite and you was around during the time of very, very harsh slavery days going on, blacks over here, whites over here, somewhere, somehow the Most High had to wake you up and bring you back to the foundation that you once had taken away from you. You know, so that breath that came from these different winds, you know, somebody in Guyana, somebody in Honduras, somebody in, you know, Colombia, somebody in Mexico, somebody in all over the face of the earth. You got people coming back to their true God-given nationality and finding out who they are, you know. And breath upon and breathe, it says, come from the four winds, O breath, and breathe upon these slain, that they may live. So I prophesied as he commanded me, and the breath came into them, and they lived and stood upon their feet, an exceeding great army. You see that? So verse 11, this whole thing is beautiful when you really get into it and start understanding it and reading it. So Ezekiel 37:11, it says, then he said unto me, son of man, these bones are the whole house of Israel. Behold, they say our bones are dried and our hope is lost. We are cut off for our parts. You see that? And another thing about verse 12, a lot of people may not realize verse 12 is an indication of what happened, and verse 13 of what happened when Yahushua was crucified. So when you read verse 12 and 13, Ezekiel 37:12, because Yahushua, he's of the elect as well. He's the representation of the elect. He's the top of the elect. Nobody's above him, you know. So Ezekiel 37:12, it says, therefore prophesy and say unto them, thus said the Lord God, behold, O my people, I will open your graves and cause you to come up out of your graves and bring you into the land of Israel. So this is a metaphoric, spiritual, parabolic of how Israel was casted away and how we was utterly annihilated from our heritage and our nationality, but the Most High is bringing it all back. Verse 13, Ezekiel 37:13, and ye shall know that I am the Lord when I have opened your graves, O my people, and brought you up out of your graves. So let's go to Matthew 27 and see what he was saying when he said he was going to bring us up out of our graves. Matthew 27. And I'm going to get Matthew 27. And I'm going to get verse 52, and it reads. So like I'm going to start at verse 50. Matthew 27:50. It says, Yahushua, when he had cried again with a loud voice, yielded up the ghost. And behold, the veil of the temple was rent in twain from the top to the bottom, and the earth did quake, and the rocks rent, and the graves were opened. You see that? And many bodies of the saints which slept arose and came out of the graves after his resurrection, and went into the holy city and appeared unto many. So, hey, on a spiritual, deep, dark saying, on a mystery level, when Yahushua was crucified, that opened up the doors for a lot of things, you know, bringing us back, you know, so we can, you know, have our sins being have a way for our sins being forgiven, you know, because hey, we deserve to be cut off. So when you read Deuteronomy, this is Deuteronomy, and we can get Lamentations too. Lamentations 2, it goes into it very well, beautifully as well. So this is Deuteronomy chapter 28. And I'm gonna start at verse. Man, this whole thing is mighty. I'm gonna start at verse 20, Deuteronomy 28:20, and it reads. It says, "The Lord Yahweh shall send thee upon Salakia." Deuteronomy 28:20. The Lord Yahweh shall send upon thee cursing, vexation, and rebuke, and all that thou settest thy hand unto for to do, until thou be destroyed, and until thou perish quickly, because of the wickedness of thy doings, whereby thou hast forsaken me. So, hey, we forsook the Most High. So very well enough, hey, we was, you know, cast away, and the Most High rebuked us, you know. But it's a clear borderline of him having a high level, according to his elect, on carrying forth that glory, you know, so somebody can bring back, you know, those branches, so somebody can bring back what was broken and what was torn down. You know, Yahweh Shai, the apostles, the prophets, the mighty men, the judges, to be able to judge us and to fight for us and avenge us when our enemies are trying to wreak havoc on us. You know, and all of these things. That's why when you read Colossians 1, 13 on down, it says the dominions of this society, of this world, the Most High is going to give it over to Yahweh Shai. You know, and then Yahweh Shai is going to do what? He's going to give it to the elect. You know, to the saints. So let's go back. You know, let's go back. So 1 Peter chapter 1. This is 1 Peter chapter 1, and I'm gonna start at verse 11. 1 Peter chapter 1 and verse 11. It says, searching what or what manner of time the spirit of Hamashiach, which was in them, did signify, when it testified beforehand the sufferings of Hamashiach and the glory that should follow, unto whom it was revealed that not unto themselves but unto us they did minister the things. So it was revealed unto Peter, not only Peter but the rest of the apostles, unto Daniel, unto Moses, unto King David. You know, even when you read the Psalms, you know, King David spoke about a lot of things that is going to come to pass in these last days as well. King David even prophesied as well. So a lot of these things that we're reading about and a representation towards the men and the women that we read about in the scriptures, it aligns up with the elect men and women, you know. And like we already read, Yahweh revealed it to Peter that Yahweh Shai is the anointing. So reading this again, 1 Peter 1 and 12, it says, unto whom it was revealed that not unto themselves but unto us they did minister the things which are now reported unto you by them that have preached the gospel unto you with the Holy Spirit sent down from heaven, which things the angels desire to look into. So even the angels, you know, even the angels have somewhat of the ability to not only be righteous, you know, and the elect, you know, the elect didn't have the ability like Yahweh Shai had, you know. They did not have the ability like Yahweh Shai had. So we're not going to look at the elect as being on Yahweh Shai's level. Even though Yahweh Shai is the elect, you know, he's the top, you know, one that no man is able to be above. You know, he's the only creation that Yahweh created that nobody is able to be above. Even the angels desire to look at certain things. That's why you got the celestial and you got the terrestrial. One thing that the Most High is going to give to the elect first, and this is how, being in the law, you got the first fruits and these things you bring forth, like the priests used to bring forth. And when you had crops and stock, and when we was very familiar with agriculture, that first fruit, you was giving that to the Most High. You know, you was giving that first to the Most High. So one thing that Yahweh Shai is going to give first to the elect is the kingdom of heaven. You know, the glorified bodies, you know, and a lot of things the angels even, like we just read, the angels desire to look into certain things. Because you had an angel that came on the earth and had an encounter with, when you read in Judges, when you read how, in Judges 13, as well as in Tobit, but I don't want to read this whole thing, but let's just get it real quick, just for edification. When you read in Judges, you had angels that came down. They didn't do the same things we did. But it's gonna come a time where we're gonna have glorified bodies. Lord willing, I say we. There's gonna come a time where we're gonna have glorified bodies, you know, but it's gonna start with the elect first. You know, the elect will be able to do the same thing Yahweh Shai is able to do, you know, but not to the utmost extent, you know, because Yahweh Shai is the top man. So let me get this in Judges chapter 13. Judges chapter 13, and I don't want to read this whole thing, but this is Judges chapter 13, and I'm gonna start at verse I'm gonna start at verse 13. Judges 13 and 13, and it reads. I'm starting at verse 12. This whole thing is amazing. Judges 13 and 12. And Manoah said, now let thy words come to pass. How shall we order the child, and how shall we do unto him? So you had this woman, she couldn't have a child, but like our foremothers in the days of old, they was barren, you know. So you had an angel that not only came to her, came to Elizabeth, came to Mary, you know, came to Moses, and an angel might have came that looked like somebody in the flesh, you know. So you might ask and say, hey, would the elect be able to transform themselves and be able to do all these things? There's a lot of things that's in the scriptures that ain't really laid out to the full detail. But hey, even when you go back to the Gospels and look at how Yahushua was able to transform, you know, and have a glowing appearance. Let me get there real quick. And these are things that, you know, it's nothing wrong with thinking about this, you know. This is beautiful. Because these are things you got to look forward to, especially if your body jammed up, especially if you got sickness and aches in your body, you know. Who wouldn't think about having a glorified body? Let me get this real quick in the Gospels. Now, this is the Transfiguration. I want to get straight to the point. This is a certain one in the Gospel that I want. Let me get this real quick. This is a beautiful topic. Now, this is Luke chapter 9, and I'm going to start at verse 28. Luke 9 and 28, and it reads, it says, and it came to pass about 8 days after these sayings, he took Peter and John and James and went up into a mountain to pray. And as he prayed, the fashion of his countenance was altered, and his raiment was white and glistening. Man, that's crazy. Just imagine seeing that. Glycerine, you know. We ain't never seen that, you know. Hey, but that's what the elect is going to be able to do, you know. And behold, there talked with him 2 men, which were Moses and Elias, who appeared in glory and spake of his decease, which he should accomplish at Jerusalem. But Peter and they that were with him were heavy with sleep, and when they were awake, they saw his glory and the 2 men that stood with him. So imagine that, you know, you got a glycerine on, man. You know, you transfigure. A lot of people think this is kind of fake. They don't really talk about this, but the elect will be able to do this. You know, the elect will be able to do this. So, you might have seen an angel. Now, angels, you know, they can come on the earth, and you think you see them doing something, but they really not doing that. So just imagine you able, when you get to the kingdom of heaven, you can play with a Edomite mind. You know, Edomite might think he's seeing something, but he really not seeing it. Or you might be able to play with a Moabite mind. You might be able to show them something, but it's really not that. You know, they might have a fear for snakes or spiders or something. You might kind of can do something and scare them or something if they're not being obedient. You know, because what's one thing that go on with us in this society? They take our money away. You know, they make us pay taxes. Next thing you know, we get scared. We look at our account. Oh my gosh. You know, so it's many ways they can transfigure stuff. You look at your bank account at 1:00 p.m. and you might got $100 in there. At 2:00, you go back, look at your account, and say a negative $100. You know, so you might be able to have certain things go on in the kingdom. You might be able to transfigure a lot of stuff. You know, 1 minute you take your child to the doctor, and they say, well, your child kind of got cancer, and then they tweet something. They say, oh man, it's stage 5 now. This society is wicked, man. So what you think gonna happen when you get to the kingdom of heaven? You reading about Yahushua kind of transfiguring, kind of teleporting, kind of walking on water. He over here, he escaped the 5,000, and he over there. Next thing you know, they don't see him, and next thing you know, the apostles on a boat, and they like, hold on, I think I see, is that Yahushua or is that a spirit? You know, you kind of trying to see something, you know, man, it's going to be so amazing for the elect. They're going to be able to do so many things that we don't really see in the scriptures verbatim, you know. But going back to Judges, so these angels, they can do stuff, you know, and like Manoah, and we're going to get the account in Tobit too, you know. But this is Judges chapter 13, and we're going to go back to verse 12. And Manoah said, now let thy words come to pass. How shall we order the child, and how shall we do unto him? And the angel of the Lord Yahweh said unto Manoah, of all that I said unto the woman, let her beware. She may not eat of anything that cometh of the vine, neither let her drink wine or strong drink, nor eat any unclean thing. All that I commanded her, let her observe. And Manoah said unto the angel of the Lord, I pray thee, let us detain thee. So, hey, they was like, man, hold on, man, we need to keep you, you know. Hey, there ain't no detaining no angel, man. How can you detain an angel? He comes straight from the third heavens, where flesh and blood can't go, you know. How can you detain an angel, though? So he said, let us detain thee until we shall have made ready a kid for thee. And the angel of the Lord Yahweh said unto Manoah, though thou detain me, I will not eat of thy bread. And if thou wilt offer a burnt offering, thou must offer it unto the Lord Yahweh. For Manoah knew not that he was an angel of the Lord. So wait a minute. How in the world he did not? Now this wasn't any type of man. This wasn't just a regular man. This wasn't a drunk, you know, a drunkard. This wasn't somebody that was just out there just stumbling and tossed to and fro. He very well thought this was a regular man, you know. So, like we read that the angels desire to look into things, like we read in 1 Peter 1 and 12, you know, how much more will the elect be able to do certain things when the kingdom of heaven comes? You know, this man thought this angel was a real deal dude, man. So, check this out. Let's read on. I'm not going to read all this, but we're going to get a couple more verses. Verse 17, Judges 13 and 17. And Manoah said unto the angel of the Lord, what is thy name? So he was like, hey, what's your name? He was asking the angel, what's your name? You know, that when they say, so like, what is thy name? That when thy sayings come to pass, we may do thee honor. And the angel of the Lord Yahweh said unto him, why askest thou thus after my name, seeing it is a secret? So Manoah took a kid with a meat offering and offered it upon a rock unto the Lord Yahweh. And the angel did wondrously, and Manoah and his wife looked on. And it came to pass, when the flame went up toward heaven from off the altar, that the angel of the Lord Yahweh ascended in the flame of the altar, and Manoah and his wife looked on it and fell on their faces to the ground. So it said the angel did wondrously, you know, and it was like a flame just went up. Now it says in Hebrews 1 and 13 on down that the Most High making his angels a flame of fire, ministering a flaming spirit, you know. So it's not going to tell you everything how the Most High going to have certain things play out in the kingdom of heaven, but mainly starting first with the elect. But I also wanted to get let's go to 1 Corinthians, and then we're gonna go back to let's go to 1 Corinthians, because the elect is going to be given glorified bodies. You know, the elect is going to see the kingdom being built up firsthand. You're going to see all of the Edomites build up the kingdom of heaven. And I'm not saying all of every single Edomite on the earth. The ones that's going to be directed towards building up the kingdom of heaven. You know, the ones that the Most High give the Judites and you know, the southern kingdom and the mighty elect men to build up to ravish and grab hold of, to build up the kingdom of heaven. You know, the elect gonna be able to see that firsthand. But the non-elect of the Israelites, they really ain't gonna see it like that. They go, hey, you might have a child, and then that child just kind of be born into the kingdom, you know. But hey, Lord willing, we could touch on that more in depthly. But we're gonna get back to I want to get 1 Corinthians. 1 Corinthians chapter 15 and verse 38. Matter of fact, yeah, 38. 1 Corinthians 15 and 38. It says, but Most High God giveth it a body as it had pleased him, and to every seed his own body. So the animals got their own body. You know, Israelite man, women, and children got their own body. You know, and the angels got their own body. That's why Manoah thought he thought he was a regular dude. You know, he couldn't, in the beginning, he couldn't really tell it was an angel until the angel revealed it to him. I'm not eating no bread, and I'm not eating nothing. You know. So, hey, it was also, let me get this real quick. Let's go to Tobit chapter 12. You know, because you might have an angel around you and not even know it's an angel. You know, just imagine that. You know, just imagine the Most High sending you an angel and you don't even know it's an angel. You just being tried. You just being tested. You just being, you know, put on the spot. So this is Tobit chapter 12. And I want to get straight to the point, because we got a lot we got to touch on. This is Tobit chapter 12. And I'm going to start at verse. I'm going to get straight to the point. Tobit chapter 12 and 12. I'm going to start at verse 12. Tobit and the Apocrypha. And we always like to recommend you get your Apocrypha if you don't have one. Mine jammed up right now. You know, but hey, you go on Amazon if you can, get your Apocrypha. Start with First Edges all the way to Second Maccabees. You know, or hit up a bookstore, local. You know, I actually don't got my 1611 on me, but I think it's at the house. So this is Tobit chapter 12. And I'm gonna start at verse 12. Now we already read that the Most High get in 1 Corinthians 15 and 38. The Most High give everything his proper seed according to his proper according to his proper body. And we just read in Judges 13th chapter how Manoah and his wife thought that angel was an actual man, you know. So this is Tobit chapter 12 verse 12. It says, now therefore when thou didst pray, and Sarah thy daughter-in-law, I did bring the remembrance of your prayers. So this is an angel that's talking to them and letting them know. So, hey, when you pray, hey, look, it was me that delivered those prayers. And you can read about that in Revelation, the 8th chapter, how the angels send your prayers to the Most High, you know. So Tobit 12 and 12. Now, therefore, when thou didst pray, and Sarah thy daughter-in-law, I did bring the remembrance of your prayers before the Holy One. You see that? He said, I brought the remembrance of your prayers before the Holy One, you know. And when thou didst bury the dead, because Tobit, that's what Tobit did. You know, he kept the law. He buried the dead. I was with thee likewise. And when thou didst not delay to rise up and leave thy dinner to go and cover the dead, thy good deed was not hid from me, but I was with thee. Verse 14. And now Most High God has sent me to heal thee and Sarah thy daughter-in-law. Hey, the Most High ain't sending just any regular Israelite, no angel. You best believe he gonna send the elect. But we don't know who the elect is, though. You best believe he gonna send the elect an angel. So, hey, you very well may be elect if you done seen some chariots or you know, and it's best to stay humble. Don't get too big-headed, you know, because, hey, we don't know. You know, the Most High can do anything, you know, and we don't know who the elect is. But very well best believe he ain't just gonna send any Israelite an angel, you know. Let's not get too ahead of ourselves. He not gonna send any Israelite an angel now, you know. So, hey, let's not even play games. Let's don't even play funny business. So Tobit 12 and 14. Because what? He sent Mary an angel, you know. So why would he just send a wicked Israelite who don't believe in him, never gonna believe in him, and just keep blaspheming his name and keep scoffing and making a mockery of the truth, you know? The Most High gonna send an angel to an Israelite that's bearing his name, keeping the charge, enduring, you know, believing on him, being faithful to the best of his ability, keeping the commandments, enduring, you know? Because the angel can protect you as well, you know. So Tobit 12 and 14. And now Most High God has sent me to heal thee and Sarah thy daughter-in-law. Check this out. Tobit 12 and 15. I am Raphael, one of the 7 holy angels, which present the prayers of the saints, and which go in and out before the glory of the Holy One. So if the Most High can tap into your mind and know your mind, how in the world is he able to do that? Well, you finding out that he can do that by an angel. You know, the Most High knows your thoughts, and an angel can tell the Most High what you thinking. Here you are, you sitting up here watching pornography, you masturbating, you know, you done went to the plug and got some weed. You know, the Most High knew all of that beforehand. That's why a lot of people get in car wrecks. That's why a lot of people get sick. You know, you had your mindset on doing something wicked. So the Most High had to send somebody and very well, hey, he can do this to the elect too, to keep you in your elected ways. You know, you trying to figure out why you got in that car wreck. Hey, the Most High jamming you up. You know, he keeping the elect where they need to be, because they're not going to go too far to the left. They're not going to go too far to the right. They're not going to fall off course. Ain't no way possible. The Most High set this up from the beginning of the time, and he don't know how you going to go off. He know how you going to go off. He knew how Adam was going to go off. He knew how David was going to go off. He knew how Moses was going to go off. He knew everything before it happened. You know, so best believe angels know your thoughts. They know what you're going to do before you do it. The Most High got angels around everywhere, plotting and protecting. You know, that's why, let's get this precept real quick. You know, I got a lot of precepts coming in my head through the spirit and power of Yahweh Shemel Shai. That's why the Most High said this. So the Most High said, I'm going to get this precept real quick. Man, you know, this whole thing is, and this is Revelation chapter 7, and I'm going to start at verse 1. It says, you know, I kind of don't want to jump the gun too early, but hey, we're going to get into it through the spirit. Revelation 7 and 1, it says, and after these things I saw 4 angels standing on the 4 corners of the earth, holding the 4 winds of the earth, that the wind should not blow on the earth, nor on the sea, nor on any tree. And what is it talking about? What does it mean? Is the wind ain't gonna blow on this tree? Well, in this context, this tree is a representation of a man, you know. And you can go to Judges 9 and 8. You can go to Psalms 92 and 12. How the Most High liken us to trees, especially when you go to Revelation and you link these dark sayings up with other precepts. That's why the Most High said, you know, go precept upon precept, line upon line, here a little, there a little. He hate every false way. You know, that's why it's important for us to go to precept upon precept. So this right here is talking about elect men that the Most High set up. He's going to allow these men to be sealed before all hell breaks loose on the earth. You know, when you go into it, it's very deep when you go into it, because the Most High set a lot of things up to where the elect men and women and children would not be overthrown. You know, because it's a lot of wickedness that you deal with. You see a lot of wickedness. You might be on your social media scrolling upon a lot of wickedness. That's why the Most High got to tap into your mind. He got to tap into your spirit. He got to tap into your body. He got to get you sick to keep you away from wickedness. He got to align your spirit to keep you away from wickedness. And he might got to allow you to get fired from your job to keep you from wickedness. He might got to allow your woman to separate from you to keep you from wickedness. The elect men and women, they will be protected by the Most High to do the Most High's will, you know. So the Most High said, Revelation 7 and 1, and after these things I saw 4 angels standing on the 4 corners of the earth, holding the 4 winds. So these angels not only come to tell Mary, hey, you gonna name him Yahweh Shai. To tell Elizabeth, you gonna name him John the Baptist, John the Revelator. To tell, hey, Samson, hey, you gotta do this, you gotta do that. Hey, don't get his child no wine. Don't get that child no strong drink. You know, these angels, hey, they doing a specific task for the elect. You know, don't just think you gonna get your answers prayed. If you ain't the elect, hey, it ain't about you right now. You gonna be dealt with in the kingdom. But right now, it's about the elect. You know, it's about the elect men and women that's on the earth right now. So these angels are holding back the 4 winds, meaning they're holding back these destructions. You know, so these men can get sealed. So let's read on. You know, let's get because I said trees. Let's read this one more time. It said, holding the four winds of the earth, that the wind should not blow on the earth. And so this is a representation for men. So Psalms 92, gonna get two quick precepts. Psalms 92 and 12 to prove that. Psalms 92 and 12. So this is Psalms 92 and 12. It says, the righteous shall flourish like the palm tree. He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon. So the Most High liken a righteous man and a righteous woman to a palm tree. You know, let's get Judges. And you can read some more on that, but for the sake of time, let's get Judges. The book of Judges, chapter 9. Judges chapter 9. And I'm going to start at verse 8, and it reads, Judges 9 and 8, it says, the trees went forth on a time to anoint a king over them. So how can a tree move and walk and anoint a man? You know this is talking about a fleshly man, you know. So Judges 9 and 8, it says, the trees went forth on a time to anoint a king over them. And they said unto the olive tree, reign thou over us. You see that? But the olive tree said unto them, should I leave my fatness wherewith by me thy honor, Salaki, wherewith by me they honor God and man, and go to be promoted over the trees? And the tree said to the fig tree, come thou and reign over us. You see that? But the fig tree said unto them, should I forsake my sweetness and my good fruit, and go to be promoted over the trees? Then said the trees unto the vine, come thou and reign over us. So the Most High likens us unto trees, you know. So when you go back, let's go back to Tobit 12 and 15. So these angels, they can move on behalf of being obedient to the Most High, doing what the Most High tell them. So in Revelation 7, he just said, hold back the winds. You know, matter of fact, I want to finish that. Hold back the winds. So Revelation 7 and 2, and I saw another angel ascending from the east, having the seal of the living God. And he cried with a loud voice to the four angels to whom it was given to hurt the earth and the sea. Verse 3, check this out. Saying, hurt not the earth, neither the sea, nor the trees, till we have sealed the servants of our God in their foreheads. You see that? Say, hey, look, don't end it right now until we seal these men. You know, and you're gonna find out that it was 144,000, but we're gonna get to that, but we're gonna finish this. Tobit 12 and 15, it says, I am Raphael, one of the 7 holy angels, which present the prayers of the saints, and which go in and out before the glory of the Holy One. Then they were both troubled and fell upon their faces, for they feared. But he said unto them, this is what Raphael said unto them, but he said unto them, fear not, for it shall go well with you. Praise Most High God, therefore, for not of any favor of mine. So these angels don't come for any favor. That's why I said, like I said a couple of minutes ago, the Most High, Yahweh and Yahweh Shai, not sending you an angel just because. You very well may be the elect if the Most High send you an angel, you know. But I'm just a mortal man, you know. I'm not the Most High. But again, the Most High, you very well possibly are the elect if the Most High sends you an angel, you know. But it says, this what Raphael telling them. He said, I ain't coming, because you got good hair, because you know how to teach the Bible. I'm not coming to you for that. You know, this ain't I ain't favoring you. He gonna tell them the Most High sent him to them. And very well you can apply this to how the Most High sent the angel to Moses, how the Most High sent the angel to Mary, how the Most High sent the angel to a lot of the mighty men, how the Most High sent the angel to Daniel to have him fed when he was in the lion's den, you know, and sent the angel, you know, to Tobias, Tobit. So Tobit 12 and 18, for not of any favor of mine, but by the will of by the will of our Most High God, I came. Wherefore praise him forever. Now check this out. It says, all these days I did appear unto you, but I did neither eat nor drink. But ye did see a vision. You see that? So, hey, like I said, when the kingdom of heaven is established and the Most High allow the elect to be able to have their glorified bodies and things like that, hey, they very well may be able to tap into a heathen mind. You know, make them think they about to see something, but they really don't see nothing. You know, make them think they kind of hearing stuff, they really not hearing nothing. You know, make them think, hey, they child is kind of losing their breath or something. You know, these angels can make you see stuff. You know, what you think it's going to be like when you get to the kingdom? You know, and the Most High give you a glorified body. You know, the Most High give you kind of give you powers. If he gave Peter the ability to do miracles, if he gave Paul the ability to do miracles, you know, if he gave the apostles the ability to do miracles, what you think he gonna do when the kingdom of heaven is established? You know, you ain't just gonna be walking around and just pointing, saying, go over there and do this and do that. Hey, you might be able to do something with your hand and kind of, whoo, you know, make something happen. You know, you might be able to kind of just get up off your feet with nothing. Might be able to kind of, boom, boom, just go somewhere and come back. You know, boom, boom. Just somebody try to say something. You might think you might hear something going on across the world. You might kind of get over there and boom, boom, come back like it ain't nothing. You know, and we just already read how Yahushua was kind of glistening in his body, and Peter seen his glorious state. You know, you don't think Peter was kind of like, man, you know, am I gonna be able to do that? You know, ain't no telling what all, and it's not documented what all Yahushua told Peter. It's not documented what all Moses seen. You know, it's when you read the law, you don't see a lot of stuff that Moses go into detail about what he seen. You know, what was Moses up there seeing on that mountain for 40 days and 40 nights? Come on, man. Like, I think about stuff like that. I'm like, man, what all them, not saying we got to think about these things because you don't want to get too high. Like it says in Psalms 131 verse 1, Lord, my heart is not lofty, you know, neither should I exercise myself in matters that is too high. You know, but instead of watching the Lakers all the time, you can think about stuff like this. A glorified body, what the elect is going to be given and what they're going to be doing. Instead of thinking about what LeBron James doing, you could be thinking about what Moses was thinking about. You know, what did all Moses see? You know, and he's the elect. You know, so Raphael told him, he said, Tobit 12 and 21, and when they arose, Salagia, it says, I'm gonna start at verse 19 again. Tobit 12 and 19. All these days I did appear unto you, but I did neither eat nor drink, but ye did see a vision. You know, and you trying to figure out how in the world did Yahushua go 40 days and 40 nights with no food. You know, and I think I seen a story a couple years ago how somebody tried to do that. They tried to go 40 days and 40 nights without food. And I think they died like their 20th day or something like that. I think they got to like 20 and they died, you know. So when the Most High really tap into you and he tap into your mind and your spirit, you know, which I would say, ain't no way, and it's just me, you know, ain't no way no man, no woman, and no child can go 40 days in this society today, 40 days and 40 nights without food, you know. But Yahushua was on a different level, you know. Now, Daniel, when you read Daniel, the 7th chapter, Daniel went 21 days without no food, no water, you know. Didn't feed himself and none of that, you know. So a lot of our forefathers was able to do that, but ain't nobody doing no 40 days, no 40 nights, and neither is it expedient for anybody to try that. But Raphael said, I did neither eat nor drink, but ye did see a vision. Tobit 12 and 20. Now, therefore, give Most High God thanks, for I go up to him that sent me, but write all things which are done in a book. And when they arose, they saw him no more. You see that? Then they confessed the great and wonderful works of Most High God and how the angel of the Lord had appeared unto them. You see that? And we know for a fact, the angel, the angels are appearing unto the elect. You know, now I ain't saying no angel coming down, but we don't know. You know, you there's no way you're gonna be able to tell. You know, unless they say I'm an angel, and then very well I don't see that happening. Because why I don't see that happen? Let's read this. Let me get this precept real quick before we go back to I gotta go to 1 Corinthians. But the Most High said the only sign and miracles you gonna see, but he can send it, and he can do what he want. The Most High can do what he want. He the Most High. But he said the only signs you gonna see is the sign of Jonas. Let me get there real quick. Let me get this precept. What's that? Matthew chapter 12. Matthew. Let me get this right quick. Is it Matthew chapter 12? Let me get this precept real quick. It said the only sign you would see. So like I got a lot of precepts on my mind. Let me find this precept real quick. Salakia. I got a lot of precepts. Where's that precept at? Salakia. Let me find this real quick. I'm probably looking over it. This is Matthew chapter 12. And I'm going to start at verse 39. And it reads, it says, I'm going to start at verse 39. It says, but he answered and said it to them, an evil and adulterous generation seeketh after a sign. You see that? So, hey, a lot of people, they want to see signs. Well, I believe it's truth when I see an angel. A lot of people might say, well, I believe that brother, if the Most High showed me a miracle right now. You know, a lot of people, that's why they was following Yahushua. That's why they was following the Messiah, trying to see miracles and signs and wonders, you know, because they was only wanting to see a sign. They really wasn't intrigued and really trying to get into the teachings. They really wasn't trying to better themselves. They really wasn't trying to keep the commandments. They really wasn't trying to repent. They was only wanting to see a sign, you know. So this is what he told them. He said, an evil, Matthew 12 and 39, but he answered and said it to them, an evil and adulterous generation seeketh after a sign, and there shall no sign be given to it, but the sign of the prophet Jonas. For as Jonas was 3 days and 3 nights in the whale's belly, so shall the Son of Man be 3 days and 3 nights in the heart of the earth. And so that's very well what you got to believe. You got to believe that Yahushua was crucified. He rose on the 3rd day. He's coming back to save the Israelites, starting with the elect first, you know. And he's the King of Kings, the Lord of Lords. He's the Son of Man, you know. Hey, that's the sign you got to believe in. You got to take heed to. Now, this is 1 Corinthians chapter 15. And I think we read verse 38. 1 Corinthians 15 and 38. Let me get this real quick. 1 Corinthians chapter 15, was it 38? Come on, we're going to read it one more time. 1 Corinthians 15 and 38. It says, but Most High God giveth it a body as it has pleased him, and to every seed his own body. It says all flesh is not the same flesh, but there is one kind of flesh of men, another flesh of beasts, another of fishes, and another of birds. And didn't the Most High say we're going to have dominion over the fish and the animals and things like that? It says, verse 40, 1 Corinthians 15 and 40. There are also celestial bodies and bodies terrestrial, but the glory of the celestial is one, and the glory of the terrestrial is another. There is one glory of the sun, and another glory of the moon, and another glory of the stars. For one star different from another star in glory. So these are things that the Most High has allowed us to be able to understand on another level. You know, because like the precept says, we prophesy in part and we know in part. We see through a glass darkly, but it's a lot of things that he revealed to us, and it's a lot of things that he hasn't revealed to us. When you read Deuteronomy 29:29, it says for Israel, you know, things is being revealed, but the things that's not being revealed, hey, the Most High didn't want it to be revealed to us, roughly paraphrasing. You know, so I'm gonna jump down to verse 49. 1 Corinthians 15 and 49, and it reads, it says, and as we have borne the image of the earthly, we shall also bear the image of the heavenly. You see that? So we was talking about how the angel came and was talking to Tobit and Tobias, and Tobit's wife and Tobias' wife. You know, how the angel helped free Tobias' wife from them 7 spirits that the men got jammed up with, so she can be married to Tobias. You trying to figure out why in the world you ain't got your wife yet, man? You know, you stressing trying to figure out why you ain't got no woman. Hey, an angel ain't came to you yet. You know, an angel ain't set it up yet, man. You know, and very well so. Hey, it might not be at this time. It might be in the kingdom. A woman stressing trying to figure out why I ain't got no husband. Where my husband at? I look good. I can cook. I can sew. I can do this. I can do that. An angel ain't came to you yet. You know, the Most High ain't set it up yet. Stop stressing. You know, hey, the Most High dealing with the elect. You know, the Most High is dealing with the elect. You know, so hey, we're gonna have the same ability that an angel got. The elect is gonna have that ability, but on another level, you know. So just imagine that you're gonna be able to do what an angel do, but more, you know. And that's crazy when you think about it. That's mind blowing when you think about it, you know. And we already read 1 Peter 1:12. The angels they desire to look into certain things, you know, but it wasn't appointed. It wasn't set up for angels. An angel can't make love to a woman. You know, an angel can't lay down with a woman. You know, ain't no angel about to go in and whip up no meal for feast of dedication and let me taste it. You know, let me see it. You know, you might thought you seen an angel, but hey, there ain't no angel doing that. Angels can only they only limited to certain stuff. But when the kingdom is established and the Most High set the elect in their course, you know, it's gonna be way beyond that. You know, so 1 Corinthians 15:49 again, it says, and as we have borne the image of the earthly, we shall also bear the image of the heavenly. Now this I say, brethren, that flesh and blood cannot inherit the kingdom of Most High God, neither do corruption inherit corruption. Behold, I shew you a mystery. And a lot of people, they don't know these mysteries because hey, the Most High ain't gave it to them. It's only set up, you know, for this truth. You know, it says 1 Corinthians 15:51. Behold, I show you a mystery. We shall not all sleep, but we shall all be changed. What he mean by we gonna be changed? In a moment, in the twinkling of an eye, at the last trump, for the trumpet shall sound, and the dead shall be raised incorruptible, and we shall be changed. For this corruptible, you know, you can get cancer, you can get HIV, you can get HSV, you can get herpes, you can get gonorrhea, you can get cancer, you can get lung cancer, colon cancer, you can get an eye disease, you can get all type of parasites that's gonna cause your hair to fall out, you can get all type of fungus, you can get you can get jammed up in so many ways in this wicked society, man. You know what what's corrupted out here. It says, for this corruptible must put on incorruption, and this mortal must put on immortality. You see that? Verse 54. So when this corruptible shall have put on incorruption, and this mortal shall have put on immortality, then shall be brought to pass the saying that is written, death is swallowed up in victory. O death, where is thy sting? O grave, where is thy victory? You see that? So, hey, guess what? You know, it's coming, man. You know, and Lord willing, we are of the elect. You know, that's why we say the hopeful elect. You know, so I want to go back to Ephesians real quick. Let me get Ephesians. I want to get Ephesians. That's why we say the hopeful elect. Lord willing, everybody on this live of the Israelites, you know, of the elect, man. You know, so this is Ephesians chapter 3, and I'm gonna start at verse 9. It says, and to make all men see what is the fellowship of the mystery, which from the beginning of the world had been hid in Most High God, who created all things by Yahweh Shah HaMashiach, to the intent that now unto the principalities and powers in heavenly places might be known by the church the manifold wisdom of Most High God. You see that? So, hey, the Most High can allow, you know, certain individuals to know certain things, man. You know, you trying to figure out why this brother, he know this, why that brother know that, why this elder know this, why that brother know that. You know, why this sister know this, why that sister know that. Hey, well, hey, It could be the elect. You know, only the Most High knows. You know, let me get 1 John real quick. And this is what the elect is gonna have. The elect is gonna be given this first. You know, ain't no dope dealer that never read the Bible, that never repented, gonna get this opportunity firsthand off the rip. It's not happening. You know, you got the 1/3 and you got the 2/3 of the elect. You know, you got the 1/3 of the elect, and then within that, you got 144,000. You know, but we gonna break that down. We gonna get to it. But let me get this first. Now, this is Lord willing. This is 1 John chapter 3, and I'm gonna start at verse 1. It says, "Behold," 1 John chapter 3, and I'm gonna start at verse 1. It says, "Behold, what manner of love the Father had bestowed upon us, that we should be called the sons of God. Therefore the world knoweth us not, because it knew him not. Beloved, now are we the sons of God, and it doeth not yet appear what we shall be." So, hey, they don't see it yet. You know, nobody, hey, the Illuminati don't know who the elect is. You know, the Rothschilds, the Elon Musk, he can't come out and say, well, you know, this camp got the elect and this camp got that. Hey, they don't know. You know, only the Most High know. I don't even know who the elect is. You know, I don't even know if I'm the elect or not. You know, hey, I might not be. You know, which is a, you know, hey, that's a hard thing to swallow. But hey, Lord willing, I am. You know, and Lord willing, the other Israelites that's up here are too. You know, it says 1 John 3 and 2. It says, "Beloved, now are we the sons of God, and it doeth not yet appear." So nobody knows this yet, what we shall be, but we know that when he shall appear. So when Yahweh shall appear, you're gonna know. You know, you're gonna know. We shall be like him, for we shall see him as he is. So if Yahweh Shah can go over here and then go over there and nobody see him, if Yahweh Shah can teleport over here and he said we're gonna be like him. You know, so it's not a contradiction. You're going to be able to teleport. You're going to be able to transfigure. You're going to be able to glisten in your body and all that, man. In that new body, in that new spiritual body. Like Yahweh Shah. Let me get another precept. Let's get Philippians. And the elect is going to have this this ability firsthand. So this is Philippians. This is Philippians and for the record, there ain't no such thing as a elect heathen. Elect Edomite. You ain't got no elect Edomite. Ain't no Edomite teleporting in the kingdom. Ain't no Edomite. Ain't no Moabite. Ain't no Ammonite. Ain't no nasty, wicked Hamite, Canaanite, Mizraim, Put, whatever you want to call that tribe of Canaan. They ain't gonna be no elect heathens. It's only so-called blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans. You know, ain't no such thing as a heathen getting no type of glory in the kingdom of heaven at all whatsoever. You know, now this is Philippians chapter 3 and verse 21, and I'm gonna get a precept on that too, because the Most High gonna take these curses off of us and put them curses on them heathen, man. You know, so this is Philippians chapter 3 and verse 21, and it reads, it says, "Who shall change our vile body, that it may be fashioned like unto his glorious body, according to the working whereby he is able even to subdue all things unto himself." So like, I gotta get this right quick. So like, just left count. So like, bear with me real quick. Like we just left camp not too long ago, so I had some technical difficulties. So going back to this right quick, this is like we was reading Philippians chapter 3 verse 21. It says, "Who shall change our vile body, that it may be fashioned like unto his glorious body, according to the working whereby he is able even to subdue all things unto himself. So the Most High is going to give the elect certain things, you know, in the time to come, you know. Now let me get another precept real quick. Matthew chapter 6. Let me get this Matthew chapter 6 real quick. Matthew chapter 6. And I think I want verse Matthew chapter 6. I'm gonna start at verse 25. Matthew chapter 6 and verse 25, and it reads, it says, therefore I say unto you, take no thought for your life, what ye shall eat or what ye shall drink, nor yet for your body what ye shall put on. Is not the life more than meat, and the body than raiment? It says, behold the fowls of the air, for they sow not, neither do they reap, nor gather into barns, yet your heavenly Father feedeth them. Are ye not much better than they? Yes, the elect is much better than they, man. You know, hey, the Most High take care of the animals, you know. Hey, very well so, the elect is way better than that, you know. So the Most High, hey, he's gonna very well protect and take care of the elect. Now, I also wanted to get I want to go down. This is verse 29. I'm going to go down to verse 30. Matthew 6 and 30. It says, wherefore, if Most High God so clothe the grass of the field, which today is and tomorrow is cast into the oven, shall he not much more clothe you, O ye of little faith? Therefore take no thought, saying, what shall we eat? Or what shall we drink? Or wherewithal shall we be clothed? For after all these things do the Gentiles seek, for your heavenly Father know that ye have need of all these things. And how we and earlier in this lesson, we also stated that the Most High foreknew Jeremiah. You know, the Most High ordained a lot of things to be set up. So, hey, this is towards the elect. So when he said the Most High, so like Satan always trying to jam up the live, man. So when the Most High said, he know you have need of all things, why in the world you think we got the prophets? Why you think we got the teachers? Why you think we got the judges? Why you think we got the elders and the leaders? The Most High knows what the elect is in need of. You know, it's clear as day. You know, it's no surprise. The Most High knows what we have need of. Just like he can feed the animals. He know what the elect need. You know, he know to get his brother a wife. He know to get that sister a husband. He know to get this man a son. He know to get that woman a son and a daughter. The Most High knows what the elect needs. You know, he know not to allow him to be overthrown with false doctrines. He know how to make sure that camp leader is staying in the straight narrow path, not to be jamming up the doctrine of the Most High Yahweh Shah. You know, the Most High knows how to allow this sister not to commit adultery. You know, protect that spirit. You know, the Most High knows when to allow your spirit to say, man, I need to go on a fast. I need to pray. You know, I need to read. I need to study. Stop thinking you just only thinking of that, man. The Most High knows what you have need of. Let's read this again. You know, it says Matthew 6 and 30. So like it says Matthew 6 and 32. So like I'm gonna start back at verse 31 again. Matthew 6 and 31. It says, therefore take no thought, saying, what shall we eat? And you trying to figure out, man, you know, I ain't got no money. I ain't got no food stamps. I ain't got no gas money. I ain't got this. I ain't got that. The elect is suffering. You know, hey, didn't Peter say in Acts, the 3rd chapter, you know, when he told that lame man, you know, I don't have any silver and gold, but what I have, I give thee, you know. Somebody said, wait, can't hear no volume. So like put a 7 in the chat if you can hear me. Put a 7 in the chat if you can hear me. I don't know what's going on. put a number 7 in the chat if you can hear me. It says no sound. What about now? No sound. It says I'm muted. Check, check. What about now? Shalom, shalom. Can you hear me now? Oh, hell breaking loose. Oh, hell is breaking loose. Can you hear me now? Hey, put a 7 if you can hear me. Con, all praise to the Most High. Con, so let's go back to this. So the Most High, he knows everything that the elect is in need of. If you need more faith, the Most High knows how to jam you up. You know, if you need, you know, more reassurance, you know, the Most High knows where to put you at. He knows what to give you. You know, the Most High knows where to put the elect at. He knows how to put this brother and this sister in this congregation. You know, he know, you might got. I can't still mute. All hell is breaking loose. It's silent. And this is madness. So the Most High said, Matthew chapter 6 and verse 31, it says, therefore take no thought, saying, what shall we eat? Or what shall we drink? Or wherewithal shall we be clothed? It says, for after all these things do the Gentiles seek. It says, for all these things do the Gentiles seek. It says, for, I'm going to go up again because I'm trying to figure out where did I stop it before the sound got cut off. So let me get this real quick. Philippians, I'm trying to make sure I double back just in case somebody didn't hear me. So this is Philippians chapter 3 and verse 21. Lord willing, everything is working on the channel. Philippians 3 and 21, it says, who shall change our vile body, that it may be fashioned like unto his glorious body, according to the working whereby he is able even to subdue all things unto himself. So the Most High, he can change whatever he want to change and align us in his ways of righteousness. You know, so if this brother need a little bit more help, hey, the Most High knows how to get his brother help. You know. So the Most High said in verse 30 in Matthew chapter 6 and verse 30, it says, wherefore if Most High God so clothe the grass of the field, which today is and tomorrow is cast into the oven, shall he not much more clothe you, O ye of little faith? It says, therefore take no thought, saying, what shall we eat? Or what shall we drink? Or wherewithal shall we be clothed? You know, it says don't take no thought. You know, the Most High knows what we need. You know, he gave us a lot of things. Now let me get this in Ephesians real quick, and then we're gonna go to Deuteronomy. Like I said, this is Ephesians chapter 4, and I'm gonna start at verse 11. It says, and he gave some apostles and some prophets and some evangelists and some pastors and teachers for the perfecting of the saints, for the work of the ministry, for the edifying of the body of Hamashiach. You know, and I'm led to believe you got scoffers in the chat, you know. But anyways, so the Most High, he knows to give us you know, the exact amount of things, you know. And like I said, hey, there ain't no such thing as a heathen getting no glorified body. There ain't no such thing as an elect Edomite. There ain't no such thing as an elect Moabite. You know, the Most High is going to put curses on them like he did the Israelites. Now, this is Deuteronomy chapter 30 and verse 5, and it reads, and the Lord Yahweh, thy Most High God, will bring thee into the land which thy fathers possess. You know, it says the Most High is going to bring thee into the land which thou possess. Now, start with the elect first, though. And he will do thee good and multiply thee above thy fathers. And the Lord Yahweh, thy Most High God, will circumcise thine heart and the heart of thy seed to love the Lord Yahweh, thy Most High God, with all thy heart and with all thy soul, that thou mayest live. And the Lord Yahweh, thy Most High God, will put all these curses upon thy enemies and on them that hate thee, which persecuted thee. You know, so the Most High said, hey, he's going to do that, you know, just for let me check this real quick. I'm gonna check something real quick. Check. So like, bear with me. I'm trying to figure this out. Check. So even up here, they ain't even got no sound. Oh, hell breaking loose. But all praise to y'all, but let me see what's going on. So yeah, they trying to jam up the live now. They trying to jam up the live. So lucky. Check. All right, there we go. All praise to Yahweh Shem Shah. So let's get back to the lesson before all hell broke loose. Deuteronomy chapter 30 and verse 7. So it says, and the Lord Yahweh, thy Most High God, will put all these curses upon thy enemies and on them that hate thee, which persecuted thee. So, we know, the heathen is going to be judged for their matters, you know. And there ain't no such thing as a heathen getting elected, you know. Let me get this real quick in Psalms, the book of Psalms. Lord willing, everybody can hear. Let me get this. It's another precept I want to get to. This is going to be first given to the elect, though. Now, let me see if I can remember this precept. This is... Let me see if I can remember this precept. So this is Psalms. This is another one I want to get. This is Psalms 119. And I want to start at Salaki. Psalms 119. Psalms 119. And I want to start at, if I can remember what this precept was. I think it was Psalms 141. So like, this is the book of Psalms 141. And I'm going to start at verse 9. It says, Psalms 141 and 9. It says, keep me from the snares which they have laid for me and the gins of the workers of iniquity. Let the wicked fall into their own nets, whiles that I withal escape. So a lot of these things King David said is for the elect as well. And the Most High, through the hand of David, because this title says, let me see, it says the key of David. So a lot of these Psalms in David, is directed towards the elect, and a lot of people don't even realize that. So when you go to Revelation, let's go to Revelation real quick. Revelation chapter 3. Revelation chapter 3, and I want to start at verse 6. Revelation chapter 3, and I'm going to start at verse 6. I want to do one more check before I move on. So this is Revelation chapter 3, and I'm going to start at 6, and it says, he that had an ear, let him hear what the Spirit said unto the churches. And to the angel of the church in Philadelphia write, these things said he that is holy, he that is true, he that had the key of David. So what is the key of David? Because when you read the Psalms, you read a lot about your enemies. And when I say your enemies, you read a lot about the Israelite enemies, and the Most High allowing the Israelite enemies to be overthrown, which we know to be Edomites, Moabites, and I want to get another precept. Now this is Psalms 83, and I want to start at verse 12. It says, Psalms 83 and 12, it says, who said, let us take ourselves the houses of God in possession? Oh my God, make them like a wheel, as the stubble before the wind, as the fire burning a wood, and as the flame setteth the mountain on fire. So persecute them with the tempest, and make them afraid with thy storm. Fill their faces with shame, that they may seek thy name, O Lord Yahweh. Let them be confounded and troubled forever. Yea, let them be put to shame and perish, that men may know that thou, whose name alone is Yahweh, art the Most High over all the earth. So David, he said a lot of things. He did a lot of things. So when we read stuff like Revelation 3 and 6, it says he that had the key of David. So what in the world kind of key is this? What is this talking about? Because that's what we're talking about. We're talking about the elect. We're talking about the key of David. We're talking about the 144,000. So reading it one more time for somebody that may not be on the same page. Revelation 3 and 7. It says, and to the angel, here we go again, talking about angels. And so one thing that we know when we read Revelation, when you read Revelation, let's go to Revelation chapter 1. Revelation chapter 1, and I'm going to start at verse 1. Revelation chapter 1, verse 1. It says, the revelation of Yahweh Shah HaMashiach, as the world understands him as Jesus the Christ, which God Most High gave unto him to shew unto his servant. Matter of fact, it says servants with an S, to shew unto his servants. So right there, that's also talking about the elect. And how we know that? Let's go to Isaiah. And I quoted this earlier, but I actually didn't go into it. Let's go to Isaiah. Now this is Isaiah chapter 42. And like I said earlier, the Messiah represents the elect as well. He is the top one of the elect, So this is Isaiah 42 and verse 1. And it says, behold my servant. But Revelation says servants with an S. But right here, Isaiah 42 and 1, this is talking about Yahweh Shah the Messiah. It said, Isaiah 42 and 1, behold my servant, whom I uphold, mine elect. It says, mine elect, in whom my soul delighted. I have put my spirit upon him. He shall bring forth judgment to the Gentiles. This is talking about the Messiah right here. It was prophesied of old that the Messiah would come. Yahushua would come, you know. And so it said he would put his spirit upon him. When did this happen? This happened when John the Baptist was baptizing Yahushua the Messiah. You know, that's when his spirit was put upon him, you know. And so just because Yahushua is the son of the Most High, the Most High gonna do things how he always been doing things. He don't change. And it says that in Malachi 3 and 6. You know, also says Hebrews 1 and 8, verse 9 and verse 12, that the Most High don't change as well. You know. So the same way the Most High put his spirit on Yahushua, I'm gonna read it real quick. So this is Matthew chapter 3. I'm gonna get straight to the point because I got some more stuff I gotta touch on. This is Matthew chapter 3, and I'm gonna start at verse 13. Matthew chapter 3, verse 13. It says, Then cometh Yahushua from Galilee to Jordan unto John to be baptized of him. But John forbade him, saying, I have need to be baptized of thee, and comest thou to me? So John was like, hey, look, you got to be baptized of me. You know, verse 15, Matthew 3 and 15. And Yahushua answering said unto him, Suffer it to be so now, for thus it becometh us to fulfill all righteousness. Then he suffered him. So he said, hey, look, we got to do this because I come to do the will of my Father. I ain't come here to be glorified of men. I come here to do what my Father told me to do. Verse 16, Matthew 3 and 16. And Yahushua, when he was baptized, went up straightway out of the water, and lo, the heavens were open unto him. You see that? So let's read that one more time. Matthew 3 and 16. And Yahushua, when he was baptized, went up straightway out of the water, and lo, the heavens were open unto him, and he saw the Spirit of Most High God descending like a dove and lighting upon him. So, hey, that's what's going to happen if you're the elect. You know, but more so, this is what the Most High did. This is what Yahweh did to his son, Yahushua. So, Isaiah 42 and 1 again. Isaiah 42 and 1. It says, Behold, my servant, whom I uphold, mine elect. You see that? It says, mine elect, in whom my soul delighted. So, if you're the elect, the Most High delighted in you. The Most High, he loved you. He foreknew you. And how in the world did he foreknew Christ, the Messiah? Let me get this real quick. This is Colossians chapter 1. And I'm going to start at verse 13. Colossians 1 and 13. It says, who had delivered us from the power of darkness. It says, and had translated us into the kingdom of his dear Son, on whom we have redemption through his blood, even the forgiveness of sins, who is the image of the invisible God, the firstborn of every creature. See that? For by him were all things created that are in heaven and that are in earth, visible and invisible, whether they be thrones or dominions or principalities or powers. All things were created by him and for him. And he is before all things, and by him all things consist. You see that? Verse 18, Colossians 1:18, it says, and he is the head of the body, the church, who is the beginning, the firstborn from the dead, that in all things he might have the preeminence. So like I said earlier, there's nobody above him. He is the top elect. He is the top of the elect food chain. The preeminence. Nobody's above him. So going back to this, because like we talking about the key of David, you know, like the title says, you know, so we touching on this. Revelation 3 and 6 again, for those that may be lost. Revelation 3 and 6, it said, it's like it, verse 7. Revelation 3 and 7, it says, and to the angel of the church in Philadelphia write, these things say he that is holy, he that is true, he that had the key of David. So what is the key of David? You know, So the key of David is the elect. It represents the elect. It represents the 144,000, you know, and it also goes into salvation. That's what the key of David is, you know. But I want to get a precept though. You know, we got to go precept upon precept. Let's get Hebrews right quick. The key of David, because you got to understand, like when you read, let me get this first before I get some other precepts. So this is Hebrews chapter 1. So like I was thinking of something else. I want Isaiah. This is the book of Isaiah. Salaki. Let's go to Isaiah 55. This is the book of Isaiah chapter 55 and verse 3. Because like the title said, the key of David. So what is the key of David? The key of David is a representation of the elect. It's a representation of the 144,000 men inside the 1/3. And it also goes into salvation, you know. So Isaiah chapter 55 and verse 3. It says, incline your ear and come unto me. Hear, and your soul shall live, and I will make an everlasting covenant with you. Even the sure mercies of David. You see that? So the key of David, when you read it in Revelation 3 and 7, and you see the key of David, that goes into salvation, you know. Inside that covenant, not only do you have, when you get, let me get this in Deuteronomy real quick. Deuteronomy. Let's get Deuteronomy chapter 4. The book of Deuteronomy chapter 4, and I want to start at Deuteronomy chapter 4. I want to start at verse 1, and then I'm going to go down. Deuteronomy chapter 4, verse 1, and it reads, it says, now therefore hearken, O Israel. So like we read earlier, there's no such thing as elect Edomites. There's no Edomite getting elected, and none of it. It's Israel, so-called blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans. Yasharallah, you know, the prince that has power with the Most High God. The seed line of Jacob, Isaac, and Abraham. Deuteronomy 4:1, it says, now therefore hearken, O Israel, unto the statutes and unto the judgments which I teach you, for to do them, that ye may live and go in and possess the land which the Lord Yahweh, Most High God of your fathers, giveth you. It says, ye shall not add unto the word which I command you, neither shall ye diminish aught from it, that ye may keep the commandments of the Lord Yahweh, your Most High God, which I command you. Now, I want to go down to verse 13. It says, and he declared unto you his covenant. Who declared, who covenant? With the covenant with who? We just read it in the beginning. Israel. It says the covenant which he commanded you to perform, even 10 commandments, and he wrote them upon 2 tables of stone. You see that? And I also want to get another precept in the Apocrypha. So I want to get First Esdras real quick. First Esdras, I think it's chapter 1. First Esdras, it's like chapter 8. First Esdras chapter 8. And I want to start at verse 8. First Esdras chapter 1 and verse 8. It says, this Esdras went up from Babylon as a scribe, being very ready in the law of Moses, that was given by the Most High God of Israel. So it was given to the Israelites. Verse 4, and the king did him honor, for he found grace in his sight in all his requests. There went up with him also certain of the children of Israel, of the priests, of the Levites, of the holy singers, porters, and ministers of the temple unto Jerusalem. See that? Also, I want to get I think it's Sirach chapter so this is Sirach chapter is it 40? It might be 45. This is Sirach chapter, like, let me find this. This is Sirach chapter 45, and I'm gonna start at verse 40. I'm gonna start at Sirach in the Apocrypha, Ecclesiastes chapter 45 and verse 15. And it reads, it says, Moses consecrated him and anointed him with holy oil, and this was appointed unto him by an everlasting covenant. So this was appointed unto Aaron, you know, and as his priesthood by an everlasting covenant, and to his seed, so long as the heavens should remain, that they should minister unto him and execute the office of the priesthood and bless the people in his name. It says he chose him out of all men living to offer sacrifices to the Lord, incense and a sweet savor for a memorial, to make reconciliation for his people. It says he gave unto him his commandments and authority in the statutes of judgments, that he should teach Jacob the testimonies and inform Israel in his laws. So just like the Most High allow Aaron to be, you know, a mechanism for what's the word I want to use? Like you got doctors. Like if you go to the hospital, if you take the doctors out of the hospital, if you go to the hospital and there's no doctors there, you're gonna die. If you go there and you got shot in the chest and you don't got no doctors there, you're gonna die. You know, so the Most High used Aaron, the Most High used Moses, and the Most High used King David. So one thing about this, as we read on, let's go back to Isaiah real quick. Let's go back to Isaiah chapter 55. And I'm going to start at verse 3 again. It says, Isaiah 55:3. It says, incline your ear and come unto me. Hear, and your soul shall live, and I will make an everlasting covenant with you, even the sure mercies of David. It says, behold, I have given him for a witness to the people. So Moses is like a witness, you know. So when you go to Revelation 3:7 and you see the key of David, he's like a witness, you know, that represents salvation, that represents the elect. It says, Isaiah 55:4, behold, I have given him for a witness to the people, a leader and commander to the people, All right. It says, behold, thou shalt call a nation that thou knowest not, and nations that knew not thee shall run unto thee, because of the Lord Yahweh, thy Most High God, and for the Holy One of Israel, for he had glorified thee. So the Most High, he used David as a witness, you know. And also, I'm going to get Psalms real quick. Let's go to Psalms 132. So the key of David represents salvation. It represents the elect. So, and that's why we got the Messiah, you know, as him saying the son of David. When you go into certain scriptures, you hear him say, you know, the son of David. Why if David was off, if David was wicked, why would they say the son of David? Let me get this real quick in Matthew chapter 1. Why would he say the son of David? You know, Matthew, and it's right there as soon as you open up the gospel, the son of David. This is a clear representation of the elect. Who else is going to bring you salvation? Yahweh Shai, the Messiah. You know, so the key of David is a representation of salvation, because the only way we're going to get salvation is by the top one at the election, and that's the Messiah, the first creation of everything that Yahweh allowed to be created. So this is Matthew chapter 1 verse 1. It says, the book of the generation of Yahweh Shai HaMashiach, the son of David. You know, it ain't no other way around it. Now I want to get Psalms 132. Psalms 132 and verse 11. Let's go to Psalms 132 and verse 11. Matter of fact, let's start at verse 10. It says, for thy servant David's sake, and we also stated earlier in the lesson, everybody don't get the title servant. You know, when you go to Luke 19, you got Israelites trying to hide the Lord's talent, and you got Israelites that multiply the Lord's talents. You know, matter of fact, let me read that real quick. Let me get a precept. Luke chapter 19. Let's go to Luke 19. Everybody's not going to be called servant. Only the elect is going to be called servant. Stop thinking. Stop. You can't just use everything in the scriptures lightly. You know, you call you going around. Yeah, I'm a man of God. Yeah, I'm a servant of God. You giving yourself that title. You know, you gave yourself that title, or some drunk man or some wicked woman might have gave you that title. You can't just go around using the Lord's words lightly. It's a way you gotta move in the sense of being obedient and doing what the Lord said. You know, so this is Luke chapter 19, and I want to start at verse 12. Luke 19:12, and it reads, it says, he said, therefore a certain nobleman went into a far country to receive for himself a kingdom and to return. And he called his 10 servants and delivered them 10 pounds and said unto them, occupy till I come. So you got to be occupied if you calling yourself a servant of the Lord or the Most High. You know, you got to be, and if you calling yourself a woman of the Lord, you got to be occupied. You can't just be sitting around watching YouTube. I mean, you know, wicked stuff on YouTube. You can't just be sitting around watching Netflix all day. You can't just be sitting around just eating all day and not doing nothing. You can't just be kicking your feet up. You got to be occupied in something of the Lord's work. You know, if you thinking you a servant of the Most High, if you think you a prophet of the Most High, if you think you apostle of the Most High, you know, because a lot of this stuff, it come with a weight and it come with a judgment. You know, we can't just be teaching any kind of way. We can't just be moving any kind of way and putting the Lord's name on it. You know, you saying you're a servant of the Lord or a man of the Lord or a woman of the Lord, anything like that, you know, you got to move right, you know, because, hey, he's going to show you who his service is, you know. Not just now, but in time to come, in these last days. He gonna show you who his service really is. You know, when they gotta lose their jobs, when they gotta be the forefront of the ministry, when they gotta be the forefront of these camps, when they gotta be the ones answer to these false doctrines, when they gotta be the ones that's clearing up these false doctrines, when they gotta be the ones that's isolated away from their households to teach, to do lessons, to study, to fast, to recompense evil and wickedness that they sons and their daughters and their wives do. You know, it come with some weight and it come with judgment. You can't just do this and say this lightly, you know. So it says, verse 14, Luke 19:14, but his citizens hated him and sent a message after him saying, we will not have this man to reign over us. And it came to pass that when he was returned, having received the kingdom, that he commanded these servants to be called unto him, to whom he had given the money, that he might know how much every man had gained by trading. So the Lord is going to allow everything to be revealed, whether he reveal it to that individual or that individual or that individual. So it ain't a light thing to be just saying you a servant, you know. So Psalms 1, going back to Psalms 132 in verse 12, Psalms 132, matter of fact, 10, Psalms 132 and 10, it says, for thy servant David's sake, turn not away the face of thine anointed. The Lord hath sworn in truth unto David, he will not turn from it. Of the fruit of thy body will I set upon thy throne. So, hey, this is heavy right here. You know, yeah, King David went off when he numbered the census. Yeah, King David went off when he committed adultery with Bathsheba. But you got a whole Psalm 51 with him with a contrite mind and a contrite spirit, crying before the Lord. You know, even in Psalms, I believe it's Psalm 26, where he was saying he watered his couch with his tears. And so what is that? You got a lot of people that fall short, but they're really sorry for falling short. You know, they really want to change their ways. You know, if you got this spirit, you very well may be of the elect. You know, but if you fall short and you really ain't sorry, you just, you know, kind of trying to brush your hands off and you keep it moving, you know, you very well might not be the elect. Because King David, you know, when he fell short, he was pleading, you know, he was crying, he was really sorry, you know. And so the Most High said of his body, his throne gonna be established. You know, that's why when you go to Matthew 1:1, it says Yahweh Shai, the Messiah, the seed, the son of David, you know. So I want to get another one. Let's go to Luke. Let's go to Luke chapter 1. Luke chapter 1. And I want to start at verse 32. Luke chapter 1, verse 32. And it reads, it says, I'm gonna start at verse 30. Luke 1:30, and it reads, it says, and the angel said unto her, fear not, Mary, for thou hast found favor with Most High God, and behold, thou shalt conceive in thy womb, and bring forth a son, and shalt call his name Yahweh Shai, as the world know him as Jesus. He shall be great, and shall be called the Son of the Highest, and the Lord Yahweh Shai, Most High God, shall give unto him the throne of his father David. You see that? So let me charge this up before this thing cut off right quick. So let's analyze this real quick. So like I'm trying to charge this up. So let's touch on this right quick. So it just says in Luke 1:32 real quick. It says, he shall be great and shall be called the Son of the Highest. And the Lord God shall give unto him the throne of his father David. And he shall reign over the house of Jacob forever. And of his kingdom there shall be no end. You see that? So that's why when you go to Revelation chapter 3 and verse 7, and it talks about the key of David, that is showing you, as we just read in this verse as well, that it's a representation of salvation, you know. Now I want to get Isaiah 9:7. It says ain't gonna be no end, you know. Ain't gonna be no end. So let's get Isaiah 9:7. Before I get that, I want to get Romans. Let me get Romans real quick. I want to get Romans chapter 1. So this is the book of Romans chapter 1, and I'm gonna start at verse 3. Matter of fact, let's get Romans 1:1. The book of Romans chapter 1 verse 1. It says, Paul, a servant of Yahweh Shai HaMashiach. There you go again. Another servant. So, hey, as we know, Paul is a representation of the elect as well. You know, and read what Paul went through. Go to 2 Corinthians and look at what Paul went through. You know, go to 2 Corinthians. I want to say this chapter 2 Corinthians, that chapter 11. So like it, 2 Corinthians chapter 12. And look at all that Paul went through. But yeah, we feel like just because we lost our job or we ain't got a lot of money, we feel like, hey, we jammed up. You know, hey, if you of the elect, you very well gonna be jammed up. You know, you very well gonna go through hell. If you are the elect, you are going to go through hell. You know, your hair gonna fall out. You know, you gonna age a little faster. You know, you're gonna be trying to get herbs and get yourself right. You know, you're gonna be stressed out. You know, you're gonna be stressing yourself out. Hey, did I read today? Did I fast today? Did I pray enough? Am I giving alms? You're gonna be trying to check all the boxes off. You know, I gotta do this lesson. I gotta go to camp. And if you're a woman, I gotta sew this garment. I gotta cook. I gotta clean. I gotta fold clothes. I gotta take care of the babies. I gotta take care of my husband. If you are the elect, you gonna go through it. You know, that's why the Lord said in Acts 14:22, confirming the souls of the saints and exhorting them to continue in the faith, that through much tribulation you shall enter into the kingdom of Yahweh by Shema Mashak Yahushua. Because you're going to go through it. You know, you're going to go through it. You think Yahushua, you think the Messiah got crucified for nothing? You know, you think David was on the run for nothing? And it just told us that he is a representation in Isaiah 55. You know, he's a witness. You know, in Isaiah 55:3 verse 4. You know, you think Isaiah was going through hell for nothing? You think Jeremiah was going through hell for nothing? You think Moses was going through hell in the midst of over 600,000 Israelites for nothing? And you just out here just dealing and doing what you want to do? You know, you barely going to camp, you barely reading, you barely fasting, you barely praying, you know, you barely making your body a living sacrifice. You know, you can barely go a day without masturbating. And you think you the elect, you know? Come on now, let's keep it real now. It's 2020, it's about to be a whole nother year creeping up. Before you know it, Passover gonna be here. If we still here, you know, this year done flew by. You know, this year done flew by. Time is waxing shorter for the elect's sake. You know, time is getting short for the elect's sake. And you barely doing the work of the Lord, thinking you the elect, you know. And this is why we got to do these videos, you know, to get your mind in a position where it needs to be. You know, come up off that high horse. Come down here a little bit, you know. Get back on your feet and get your hands back on the plow. You know, get back in line. Stop running away from the Most High. You know, because the elect, they going to keep their hand on the plow. They going to keep doing the work of the Most High. You know, the elect going to keep praying. The elect going to keep fasting. The elect going to keep doing videos. Whether you're a woman or you're a man, you teaching your children you're a woman, you teaching your daughter you're a woman, you teaching another congregation, or you a man, you doing some type of work of the Most High, the elect going to find a way to continue to do the work and keep this thing moving. No ifs, ands, or buts, man. It don't matter if you by yourself. It don't matter if you don't know this, you don't know that. It ain't no room for excuses now. It ain't no room for excuses at all whatsoever. You know, ain't no room. You know, look at what Paul went through. You know, look at what Tobit went through. Tobit lost his whole vision for years. You know, Tobit lost his vision. Ain't nothing stop him. Paul was getting shipwrecked. Ain't nothing stop him. Getting overthrown by other wicked Israelites. Ain't nothing stop him. You know. Mary, she had to be on the move. They was trying to kill her baby. Ain't nothing stop her. I mean, come on, man. Like, let's keep it real. We got to keep this thing moving. We got to make our calling and election sure. That's what we kicked the lesson off with. Jude 1:3, 2 Peter 1:10. Make the calling and election sure. You know, we don't know who the elect is and where the elect at, but you got to make it sure. You got to put that work in. So what, you sleepy? You know, hey, it's 1:24 in the morning, man. You know, hey, I told my woman, I said, hey, look, I got to go, hey, I'm going to camp. I got to do this lesson. You know, it is what it is. You know, it is what it is. You know, because the Most High control everything. You know, you hold back the work of the Lord because you're trying to please your wife. All right, it'll put a demon on that woman. Put a demon on you. Next thing you know, your household overthrown. You know, you hold back the work of the Lord because you're trying to keep your wife happy if you want to. All type of spirits gonna be in your house, man. You know, it don't matter if you ain't got no sleep. It don't matter what time it is. It don't matter what day it is. Keep doing the work of the Lord. Don't stop. Make your election sure. Stop playing games out here, man. You got other Israelites that need to hear you and need to see you. You know, the Lord put it in you. The Lord gave you the gift. The Lord put the talent in you. Why you ain't doing nothing? The Lord taught you how to cook. You know, put something in the microwave. You know, the Lord put the wisdom in you. But you gonna sit back and not do nothing with it? You got to be a fool. So Romans 1:1, Paul, a servant of Yahweh Shah HaMashiach, called to be an apostle, separated unto the gospel of the Most High. And that's what you got to understand. The elect is gonna be separated. They ain't gonna be around their peoples all the time. They ain't gonna be around their woman all the time. The elect ain't gonna be around their spouses all the time. Hey, the work got to get done. You know, you got to clock in, you clock out. Clock in, clock out. Put your time in, and whatever's on the back burner, get it done later. You know, get it done later. You know, whoop-de-doo. Hey, people want to go out and have fun. Whoop-de-doo. Whoop-de-whoop. Let them do that. If the Most High would have gave them the gift, hey, look, they got it. But he gave you the opportunity to get the job done. You know, he gave you the opportunity. He gave you the gifts. He gave you the talents. You know, so the Most High said, Romans 1 and 2, which he had ordained afore by his prophets in the holy scriptures concerning his son Yahushua HaMashiach our Lord, which was made of the seed of David according to the flesh. And that ain't lightly, man. You know, that is not a light thing. You know, that's heavy. Here it is, a man that was created to be anointed, you know, saying he's from the seed line of another man that's beneath him. For one, that shows you how humble Yahushua is, how humble the Messiah is, calling himself after the seed line of another man that was beneath him, you know, and also that's heavy for David, you know, and that's just showing you how the Most High allowed David to be a witness and a representation, you know, of what we should be thinking about and what we should be doing. You fall short, you better, Psalm 51, you know, Psalm 51 and verse 10, take not the Holy Spirit from me, you know, cast me not away from thy presence, you know, restore the joy of thy salvation unto me, you know, read Psalm 51, you know, read Psalm 51. And so, you know, I kind of want to transition now, like we read, Revelation, let's go back to Revelation chapter 3. Like we read, Revelation chapter 3, verse 7, it says, and to the angel of the church in Philadelphia write, these things said he that is holy, he that is true, he that had the key of David, he that opened it and no man shut it, and shut it and no man opened it. So, this is a representation of the Messiah, which is giving salvation. When you get salvation from the Messiah, no man can take that away. No man can block anything Yahushua HaMashiach, the anointed, got set up. You know, it's forever, you know, as well as the 144,000 men that is inside the elect 1/3. Now, I want to get this in Zechariah. Let's go to Zechariah. We got scoffers in the building. Uh-oh. And the Most High said where he is, there Satan is also. Uh-oh. So this is Zechariah chapter 14. So like Zechariah chapter 13. And I want to start at verse 7. Zechariah 13 and 7. It says, awake, O sword. And if you don't know, you so-called white people, y'all are the sword of the Most High, because y'all was used to enslave the Israelites and to bring GMO foods and diseases and wickedness and pagan gods and false rituals and false all of these wicked things that's in the society now. Zechariah 13 and 7. Awake, O sword, against my shepherd and against the man that is my fellow, said the Lord Yahweh of hosts. Smite the shepherd, and the sheep shall be scattered, and I will turn my hand upon the little ones. And it shall come to pass that in all the land, said the Lord Yahweh, 2 parts therein shall be cut off and die. So 2/3. But the third shall be left therein. And I will bring the third part through the fire, and will refine them as silver is refined, and will try them as gold is tried. They shall call on my name. So if you're the elect, you're going to call on the name of the Most High. You know, you're going to call on the name of the Most High if you are the elect. And I will hear them. I will say, it is my people. And they shall say, the Lord Yahweh is my God. Because, it's commanded to call on the name of Yahweh by Shem Yahweh Shah. Let me get this real quick. Now, this is Psalms 91 and verse 14. Now, this is what the elect going to do. Psalms 91 and verse 14. It says, because he had set his love upon me, therefore will I deliver him. And it's going to come a time, you know, in Jacob's trouble where you're going to have to call on the name of the Lord. You're going to have to, without a shadow of a doubt. And that's going to be the ultimate test, you know, because like the Lord said in 1 Esdras, chapter 15, and I believe it's chapter 16 as well, it says it's going to be a certain point of time where you're going to know who the elect is, you know. So, matter of fact, I want to get that. Because you're going to have to call on the Lord. You're going to have to. You know. You're going to have to. Let me get this real quick. So, this is... I want to get straight to the point. This is... Second Esdras. Let me see. Well, I want to get straight to the point. Man, this whole thing is crazy. This is Second Esdras chapter 16 in the Apocrypha, and I want to start at verse 70. It says, "For there shall be in every place and in the next cities a great insurrection upon those that fear the Lord." So the elect is going to fear the Lord. And you read about that in Proverbs. It tells you that the fear of the Lord, you know, it's the starting point for you, you know, gaining wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. You know, it says, "For they shall waste and take away their goods and cast them out of their houses. Then shall they be known who are my chosen, and they shall be tried as the gold in the fire." And we just read that in Zechariah. You know, we just literally read that in Zechariah the 13th chapter. It says the elect, you know, the 1/3, as well as the elect men inside the 1/3, the 144,000 will be tried as fire. And we just said that some minutes ago, that the elect is going to go through hell. You know, Acts 14 and 22, you know, confirming the souls, you know, as we paraphrased earlier, you know, that through much tribulation we shall enter into the kingdom. So Second Esdras 16 and verse 73 again, it says, "Then shall they be known who are my chosen, and they shall be tried as the gold in the fire." It says, "Hear, O ye my beloved, said the Lord, behold, the days of trouble are at hand, but I will deliver you from the same." It says, "Be ye not afraid, neither doubt, for the Most High God, for the Most High God is your guide." All right. "And the guide of them who keep my commandments and precepts, said the Lord, Yahweh Shem Yahweh Most High God. Let not your sins weigh you down, and let not your iniquities lift themselves up." So, hey, like we just read, let's go back to Psalms 91, because the elect, they're going to fear the Most High. The elect, they're going to call upon the name of Yahweh Shem Yahweh, you know. So Psalms 91 and verse 14, it says, "Because he has set his love upon me, therefore will I deliver him. I will set him on high, because he hath known my name. He shall call upon me, and I will answer him. I will be with him in trouble. I will deliver him and honor him." You see that? So the Most High say he's going to honor the elect, you know. And that's very key. You know, that is very key. Now, let's go to Isaiah. Because you're going to have somebody that, just like you got in these states, in these cities, just like you got somebody that's a governing representative. That's exactly what the 144,000 men are going to be. They're going to be the government under Yahweh Shah HaMashiach, the Messiah. So this is Isaiah chapter 9, and I'm going to start at verse 7, and it reads. Matter of fact, I'm going to start at verse 6. Isaiah 9 and 6. It says, "For unto us a child is born, unto us a son is given, and the government shall be upon his shoulder, and his name shall be called Wonderful, Counselor, the Mighty God, the Everlasting Father, the Prince of Peace." So it said the government shall be upon his shoulder. So you're gonna have the kingdom being bared up. So somebody's gonna bear up the kingdom, you know. So this is let me get another precept. So this is Micah chapter 4, and I'm gonna start at verse 1. And it reads, it says, "But in the last days it shall come to pass that the mountain of the house of the Lord Yahweh shall be established in the top of the mountains, and it shall be exalted above the hills. and people shall flow unto it. So, hey, somebody's gonna have things being told by a high representative. You know, just like you go to your job, your regular workplace, somebody telling you, okay, you got to do this, you got to do that. That's exactly what the Messiah gonna have in the kingdom. You know. So going back to Isaiah 9, and I'm gonna start at verse 7. It says, Isaiah 9 and 7, of the increase of his government and peace there shall be no end upon the throne of David and upon his kingdom, to order it and to establish it with judgment and with justice from henceforth even forever. The zeal of the Lord Yahweh of hosts will perform this. So in the kingdom of heaven, you will have King David, a king there, but he's going to be under Yahweh Shai, the Messiah. And under King David, you will have the 144,000. So like under King David, you will have the 12 apostles. And under the 12 apostles, you will have the 144,000 men. So you got Yahweh Shai, you got King David, you got the 12 apostles, and you got the 144,000 men. So let me get this real quick. I want to get Ezekiel chapter 37. So King David will be a king in the kingdom of heaven under Yahweh Shai. So this is Ezekiel chapter 37. And I'm going to start at verse 24. Ezekiel 37 and verse 24. And it reads, it says, and David my servant shall be king over them, and they all shall have one shepherd. They shall also walk in my judgments and observe my statutes and do them. And they shall dwell in the land that I have given unto Jacob my servant, wherein your fathers have dwelt. And they shall dwell therein, even they and their children and their children's children forever. And my servant David shall be their prince forever. Now, this is not talking about Yahweh Shai. Now, some people may break this down as they're saying this is Yahweh Shai, even though the Messiah is also known as the son of David. But this is actually talking about King David. You know, Yahweh Shai is going to be in the kingdom of heaven. But also King David's going to be there too. You know. Did we just read in Psalms 132 where it says his throne is going to be established? Now, is the Most High a liar or not? No, he's not a liar. So King David is going to be under Yahweh Shai. And also I want to get Jeremiah. Let me get Jeremiah. Jeremiah chapter 30. So this is Jeremiah chapter 30. And I'm going to start at verse 8. And it reads, Jeremiah 30 and 8. It says, for it shall come to pass in that day, said the Lord Yahweh of hosts. Now this ain't happened yet. And it shall come to pass in that day, said the Lord Yahweh of hosts, that I will break his yoke from off thy neck. It's talking about Jacob's yoke, you know, because it's going to come a time period where we're going to have to be saved out of Jacob's trouble. Before we can get to the kingdom, we're going to go through trouble as a nation of people. It said, break the yoke off thy neck and will burst thy bonds, and strangers shall no more serve themselves of him. Because like we said earlier, the Edomites, they're gonna be having to build up the kingdom of heaven, you know, as well as the other nations. You know, just like we got our backs beat in for thousands of years. Verse Jeremiah 30 and 9. But they shall serve the Lord Yahweh their God, and David their king, whom I will raise up unto them. See that? So you got Yahweh Shai in the kingdom. You got King David. You got the 12 apostles. Then you got the 144,000 men. You know, and so the 12 apostles, you know, they're gonna be telling other men what to do too. But you know, we're gonna get the 144,000 too. But let me read this real quick. This is, let me get this precept real quick about the 12 apostles. Let me get this precept. I want to get I want to get a precept in Acts as well. So like it's specific. Certain gospels say certain it kind of elaborated a little different. I'm trying to find this exact precept that I want. I might have to get the one in Matthew. Let me see. So like, let me see. I might got it. So I'm gonna get this precept real quick before we get the next one. This is Matthew. This is Mark chapter 10 and verse 28. Mark chapter 10 verse 28, and it reads. It says, then Peter began to say, because the apostles will be in the kingdom of heaven as well. The apostles also are the elect, so they will be in the kingdom of heaven as well. So it's a certain reward that the elect is going to be given versus the non-elect. You're going to have rank. So the Most High, he deals with rank too. So this is Mark chapter 10 and verse 29. Then Peter began to say unto him, lo, we have left all and have followed thee. And Yahushua answered and said, verily I say unto you, there is no man that had left house or brethren or sisters or father or mother or wife or children or lands for my sake and the gospel's, but he shall receive 100-fold now in this time, houses and brethren and sisters and mothers and children and lands with persecutions, and in the world to come eternal life. But many that are first shall be last, and the last first. So the Most High is going to give certain men and women, the Most High is going to give certain men things that other men aren't going to be able to get. All right. So that's why he said the first shall be last and the last shall be first. And I also wanted to get, let me get this precept real quick. It's a precept that I wanted in Acts 2. Let me see. I might have to double check this, see if this is the precept that I want. Now this is let me see if this is what I want. So like I said, you're gonna have King David. King David's gonna be under the Yahushua. You're gonna have the 12 apostles, and you're gonna have the 144,000 men. But I'm trying to find this precept. I thought there was one in Acts. There was one in Acts. This might be Acts chapter 13, and I'm gonna start at verse 21. This is the book of Acts chapter 13, verse 21, and it reads. It says, and afterward they desired a king. So this is Paul. He's exhorting in the temple. Paul is exhorting in the temple, and he's on. This is on the Shabbat. Paul is exhorting in the temple, and this is what he said. Acts chapter 13 and verse 20. I'm gonna start at verse 20. And after that he gave unto them judges about the space of 450 years unto Samuel the prophet. And after they desired a king, and Most High God gave unto them Saul the son of Cis, a man of the tribe of Benjamin, by the space of 40 years. And when he had removed him, he raised up unto them David to be their king, to whom also he gave testimony and said, I have found David, the son of Jesse, a man after my own heart, which shall fulfill all my will. So, hey, he's going to fulfill his will even into the kingdom too. And also, I'm going to get this in Luke. This is the book of Luke, chapter 22, and I want to start at verse. I want to start at verse 27. Luke 22 and 27, and it reads. It says, "For whether is greater." So I'm gonna start at verse 26. Luke 22 and 26. But ye shall not be so. But he that is greatest among you, let him be as the younger, and he that is chief as he that doeth serve. For whether is greater he that sitteth at meat, or he that serveth, is not he that sitteth at meat, but I am among you as he that serveth. Verse 28. Luke 22:28. Ye are they which have continued with me in my temptations. And it's not a light thing to continue with the Lord in temptations, because you also gonna be rewarded for that too. Verse Luke 22:29. And I appoint unto you a kingdom, as my Father had appointed unto me. It says that ye may eat and drink at my table in my kingdom, and sit on thrones, judging the 12 tribes of Israel. So the apostles will be judging. But who are they going to be judging? They're going to be judging the 144,000. Meaning they're going to be telling them, to do this and to do that. They might have to come with orders, and they may be given to do certain things. Peter, James, and John, and those mighty men, they're gonna be giving them orders, because like we read in Isaiah, you're gonna have a governing body in the kingdom of heaven. So these men are gonna be doing something in righteousness. They're not gonna be breaking sweat and things like that, but they're gonna be doing things in righteousness, and they're gonna be like governors in the kingdom. Now I want to get Revelation. Let's go to Revelation. I want to get Revelation chapter 14. Let's go to Revelation chapter 14. So you got a governing body, but I want to get Sirach chapter 10 as well. The book of Sirach chapter 10, and in the Apocrypha Sirach chapter 10, because it's things you get things like this society. They got certain governors in this city. They got certain governors in that city, and everybody got a task on earth in this society, in this wicked kingdom. So how much more in righteousness in the kingdom to come? So Sirach chapter 10 and verse 1, and it reads, it says, a wise judge will instruct his people, and the government of a prudent man is well ordered. So you're going to have things well ordered in the kingdom of heaven. You're going to have King David doing this. You're going to have the 12 apostles doing this. You're going to have the 144,000 men and the 144,000, 12,000 men from each tribe doing this. And underneath that, you're going to have the 1/3 of elect, of the 1/3 of men and women, in righteousness as well. So this is Revelation chapter 14. And I'm going to start at the top. Revelation chapter 14 and verse 1. And it reads, it says, and I looked, and lo, a lamb stood on the Mount Zion, and with him 144,000, having his father's name written in their foreheads. So like we said earlier, like the title already it says, the title says the key of David, the elect, the 144,000. So we touched on the key of David, and we touched on King David's son. So the 144,000 is 12,000 men from each tribe, of all 12 tribes. 12,000 from 12,000 men from each individual tribe. So these men have the image of the Most High. That's why it says the name of the Most High written in their forehead. So the name written in their forehead, that goes into the image of the Most High. Let me get this in Ecclesiastes real quick. Ecclesiastes 7. It's not like they got a tattoo, because that's against the commandments. You ain't gonna have no tattoo just on your head saying Yahweh and Yahweh Shah. It goes into your image. So this is Ecclesiastes 7 and 1, and it reads, it says, a good name is better than precious ointment, and the day of death than the day of one's birth. All right. So a good name, that also goes into something that lasts forever. Your name, hey, we still talking about Moses, and how long has it been? We still talking about King David, and how long has it been? We still talking about Peter, and how long has it been? We still talking about Paul. So a good name also goes into your image, and it lasts forever. So I'm gonna get I'm going to get Revelation. I want to get this in Revelation, but I want to get this in Sirach. Let's go to Sirach chapter 41. This is Sirach chapter 41. Let me get this in Ecclesiasticus 41, and I'm going to start at verse 11. Sirach 41 and 11. It says, the mountain of men is about their bodies, but an ill name of sinners shall be blotted out. So, hey, you don't want your name blotted out. That's why it's important to make your calling and election sure. That's why it's important to contend for the faith. Because, hey, you might mess around and do something and have your name blotted out. Jam yourself up, you know. Because you got the book of life, you know. You got names written therein. You got these things that you read about in Psalms, and you read about these things in Revelation. So you don't want to have your name blotted out. You might mess around and jam yourself up. So reading this again, Sirach 41 and 11, Ecclesiasticus and Apocrypha 41 and 11. It says, the mourning of men is about their bodies, but an ill name of sinners shall be blotted out. It says, have regard to thy name. So, hey, you as a man, me as a man, we shouldn't just want to be doing everything, any and everything, or be any and everywhere, seeing any and everywhere, you know, looking at any and everything, touching any and everything. We can't do that. You know, we got to contend for the faith. You know, we got to give diligence to make our calling and election sure. And you as a woman, you shouldn't want to be any and everywhere, seen by any and everybody, you know. So you got to have regard to your name. So the Lord says, Sirach 41 and 12, have regard to thy name, for that shall continue with thee above 1,000 great treasures of gold. You see that? So it's way more precious than gold, you know. So when the Most High said in Revelation 14, his name written in the foreheads, hey, you know, it's a mind thing. You know, that's why I like Psalms when King David went off, you know, he had a contrite mind, you know. And also, coming into the truth, you got to have things changed. You got to have things done differently. Now, I want to get this in 1 Peter. This is 1 Peter chapter 3. Because people like to try to get baptized, say I'm baptized, filled with the Holy Spirit, filled with the Holy Ghost. But, hey, it's a mind thing, too. Now, this is 1 Peter chapter 3. And I'm going to start at verse 21. It says, 1 Peter 3 and 21. The light figure whereunto even baptism do it also now save us, not the putting away of the filth of the flesh, but the answer of a good conscience towards Most High God by the resurrection of Yahushua HaMashiach. So that's why we should be renewing our minds, because it's very key, it's very important. You know, it's very important for us to renew our minds. That's important as well. You know, and that's something that the elect going to strive to have. So going back to Revelation chapter 14, it says, and I look, Revelation 14 and 1, and I look, and lo, a lamb. And how do we know this is talking about the Messiah? It's describing him as a lamb. So this is let me get a precept. This is 1 Peter chapter 1. Matter of fact, I want to get John. Let me get John. This is the book of John. Before I get there, this is the book of John chapter 1 and verse 29, and it reads, it says, the next day John seeth Yahushua coming unto him, and said, behold, the Lamb of God, which taketh away the sin of the world. See that? And how do we know this? That's not everybody. And when you go to Acts chapter 5 verse 31, it tells you that his blood was shed for the children of Israel. You know. So I'm gonna get 1 Peter 1 and 19. Talking about that lamb. This the book of 1 Peter chapter 1 verse 19. It says, but with the precious blood of Hamashiach, as a lamb without blemish and without spot. You see that? So that's talking about the Messiah. So Revelation 14 and 1 again. It says, and I looked, and lo, a lamb stood on the Mount Zion, and with him 144,000, having his father's name written in their foreheads. And that's talking about your mind. And how we know that? Revelation 13 and 16. I'm going to start at verse 15. Revelation 13 and 15. It says, and he had power to give life unto the image of the beast, that the image of the beast should both speak and caused that as many as would not worship the image of the beast should be killed. That's why we shouldn't be conformed to this society, especially Esau, especially Amalek, especially these other nations, these heathens, you know, because you can be conformed to their image. You could be doing how they do, believing how they believing, you know, moving how they moving, you know, giving unto wickedness how they giving into wickedness, you know, bowing down to false gods and forsaking the covenant that the Most High made with you and your forefathers. So Revelation 13:16, it says, and he calls all, both small and great, rich and poor, free and bond, to receive a mark in their right hand or in their foreheads. So that's also going into your mind, you know, because your mind is very key. Like Jeremiah the prophet said in Jeremiah 17:9, you know, your mind is wicked. Who can know it? You know, so it's very important. It's very important. You know. Now I also wanted to get verse 3. Let's go back to Revelation chapter 14 and verse 3, talking about the 144,000. Revelation 14:3, it says, and they sung as it were a new song before the throne and before the four beasts and the elders, and no man could learn that song but the 144,000 which were redeemed from the earth. Now, is this talking about some new Drake song or some new Christian song? What this is actually going to parabolically and metaphorically is that this is something that the regular man that's in that 1/3 is not doing. Like the men that's of the 144,000, they may be able to teach certain ways that the regular man in the 1/3 can't. You know, the man that's 100 and according to the 144,000, you know, they may be able to think a certain way and teach a certain way. You know, you got the 1/3, they might be a little different. So this is almost like likening to having a new note. You hitting a new note. Certain people can't hit that note. You know, you hit that note, or you might be able to play an instrument. Certain people can't play how you play. You know, and that's how the separation is from the 1/3 versus the 144,000 that's in the 1/3 that represents that top elect class of men. You know, that's why it's important for a woman to have, as a husband, to have a man that fears the Most High, because that woman can very well be a possession. She very well can have a possession of gold, you know, and not even realize it. Because if a woman have a good man, a well-rounded man that's following the ways of the Most High, you know, that woman has something very valuable that a lot of other women don't have, you know. Now, I wanted to get this in Luke real quick. As it states, they sung a new song, showing this is not an actual song. Now, this is Luke chapter 7, because this is a parable. This is kind of like metaphoric way, parabolic way of explaining this. So this is Luke chapter 7, and I'm going to start at verse 31. Luke 7:31. And it reads, it says, and the Lord Yahweh Shem Yahushua said, whereunto then shall I liken the men of this generation, and to what are they like? So we're reading about the 144,000 men singing a new song in Revelation 14:3. You know, the Most High, how can he liken this generation? What is this generation like? Luke 7:32. They are like unto children sitting in the marketplace and calling one to another and saying, we have piped unto you, and ye have not danced. We have mourned to you, and ye have not wept. So when you pipe unto somebody, it's almost as you hitting a certain note, trying to get them to dance. That's how the brothers is when they on the corners, you know, when they teaching the Bible. You know, they bringing the precepts out. You got a reader, the teacher call a precept, say read. You know, it's basically like a song. You got somebody on the other side listening, and they kind of just listening to it, and then they learning a new song. That's how it is for certain men. The Most High might have a certain elect men, you know, that will be able to sing a new song that the regular elect man can't, you know. So going back to Revelation chapter 14 and verse 3, it says, and they sung as it were a new song. And this also goes into your works as well. And they sung as it were a new song before the throne and before the four beasts and the elders. And no man could learn that song but the 144,000 which were redeemed from the earth. You see that? So these men, they're a little different, you know. They are a little different. Now, another thing that these men deal with, now this is Revelation chapter 12, and I'm going to start at verse 11. Revelation chapter 12 and verse 11. Another thing that these men deal with is Revelation 12 and 11. It says, Revelation chapter 12 verse 11, it says, and they overcame him by the blood of the Lamb and by the word of their testimony, and they loved not their lives unto the death. So even the elect men, you know, they're not even going to be like satisfied with their life. You know, not satisfied with their jobs, not satisfied with their current situation. Hey, they may very well have a nice a decent marriage. You know, things might be decent. You know, that man might got an Israelite woman, you know, might got kids, but they very well don't love their lives until death, because they're focused on the kingdom of heaven. You know, they're focused on the kingdom of heaven. Like the Most High said in Matthew 6 and 33, seek ye first the kingdom of heaven, and these things shall be added unto you. You know, so hey, they love not their lives unto the death. You know, they're in point. They're in line. You know, they're focused. Nothing can't knock them off. So going down, let's go back to Revelation chapter 14. It's the book of Revelation chapter 14, and I'm going to start at verse 4, and it reads, it says, these are they which were not defiled with women, for they are virgins. These are they which follow the Lamb whithersoever he goeth. So, hey, these men, they're not defiled with women. Now, does that mean they never had a wife? That's not what it's saying. You got to understand, again, Revelation is like a metaphor, like a dark saying, or similitudes, allegories, dark sayings. You know, let me get this in Hosea real quick. It's the book of Hosea, chapter 12. You know, got to go precept upon precept. This is Hosea, chapter 12, and I'm going to start at verse... see, see what I want. I want this precept real quick. I want to start at verse 10. Hosea 12 and 10. It says, I have also spoken by the prophets, and have multiplied visions, and used similitudes by the mystery of the prophets. So sometimes you can see similitudes being used. It says they're not defiled with women. It's not saying they didn't never lay down with a woman, you know, because some people, they might teach that. They might say, well, these men never lay down with a woman. Hey, well, hey, look, we in the flesh. You know, Peter had a wife. That's not saying you can't have a wife. Didn't Paul say in 1 Corinthians 7? Let me get this real quick. 1 Corinthians 7, didn't Paul say? Let me get this real quick. 1 Corinthians chapter 7. 1 Corinthians 7, and let me get this quick precept real quick. 1 Corinthians 7 and 2, it says, nevertheless, to avoid fornication, let every man have his own wife, and let every woman have her own husband. You see that? And he goes to say, let the husband render unto the wife due benevolence, and likewise also the wife unto the husband. So you gotta, if you a man, you got a woman, hey, you gotta give her due, you know, cause she's in the flesh. And if you a woman and you got a husband, you gotta give what's due, cause he's in the flesh, you know. So if the Most High was saying right here, Revelation 14 and 4, that these 144,000 men never laid with a woman, why in the world is he having Paul teach that a woman to avoid fornication, get him a wife. This is letting you know that this is talking about philosophy. You know, it's not saying these 144,000 top men never laid with no woman. This is talking about philosophies, you know, because a woman can be likened to that. Now let me get a woman can be likened to philosophies and false teachings. Now I want to get this precept real quick. Now this is Proverbs chapter 31, and I'm going to start at 3. It says, give not thy strength unto women, nor thy ways to that which destroyed kings. Now, a woman can lead you astray, you know, and we very well see that with Solomon, King Solomon. A woman could be a very indication, like Ahab. Look at Ahab, for instance. A woman, we're not saying a woman cannot cause a man to be led away and not be a stumbling block. That can very well happen. We know that. We see that in the scriptures, you know. But this is also talking about philosophies. Now I want to get let me get this in Proverbs. It's in the beginning of Proverbs. Let's go to Proverbs chapter 2, because a woman is also likened unto wisdom as well. And what does wisdom do? Wisdom preserves you. Wisdom protects you, you know. So this is Proverbs chapter 2. And like we saying, this is in Revelation 14:4. This woman that these 144,000 men were not defiled by they wasn't defiled by false doctrines, by ideologies and wicked deceptions. So this is Proverbs chapter 2, and I'm gonna start at verse 10. It says, when wisdom enter into thy heart, and knowledge is pleasant unto thy soul, discretion shall preserve thee, understanding shall keep thee. So these 144,000 elect men, you know, they wasn't overthrown by false doctrines and folly and madness. You know, they very well kept the doctrine of the Most High, kept the truth, you know. So Proverbs 2:12, it says, Proverbs chapter 2 and verse 12, it says, to deliver thee from the way of the evil man, from the man that speaketh forward things. You see that? Who lead the paths of uprightness, because a lot of people left the paths of uprightness by philosophies, false doctrines, and false teachings and things like that. When we're commanded to have our houses in order, the Most High commanded us to have our houses in order, and that goes, having your house in order goes back to your mind. Not only does it goes back to your mind, but it also goes back to how you utilizing your body, what you're doing with your body. You know, some people, hey, they may give their bodies over to, you know, idols, you know, just like our forefathers, they sacrificed their kids back in the day, you know, Molech, Baalim, you know, burning the babies. Hey, when you read Psalms 105, hey, it tells you that, you know, it tells you that our forefathers, they gave themselves over to idols, you know. Might be Psalms 106, you know. So like it's Psalms 106. Now this is Psalms 106. And I'm gonna start at verse 36. Psalms 106 and verse 36, and it reads, it says, and they served their idols, which were a snare unto them. Yea, they sacrificed their sons and their daughters unto devils, and shed innocent blood, even the blood of their sons and of their daughters, whom they sacrificed unto the idols of Canaan, and the land was polluted with blood. You see that? Psalms 106 and 39. It says, thus were they defiled with their own works, and went a-whoring with their own inventions. So that's another way that you can be defiled with women, by going after other idols. You know, that's another way. So I'm trying to think if there's another precept. Let me get Proverbs chapter 5. Let's go back to Proverbs chapter 5, and I want to start at verse 2. I'm gonna start at verse 1. Proverbs chapter 5 verse 1, and it reads, it says, my son, attend unto my wisdom, and bow thine ear unto my understanding, that thou mayest regard discretion, and that thy lips may keep knowledge. For The lips of a strange woman drop as a honeycomb, and her mouth is smoother than oil. But her end is bitter as wormwood, sharp as a two-edged sword. You see that? So this is how a man can be defiled by a woman, as it's stated in Revelation 14:4. So Proverbs 5:5, it says, her feet go down to death, her steps take hold on hell, which, as we know, hell to be a grave. So that can very well happen. You know, you can be jammed up by false doctrines, man. You know, your faith could deteriorate, and you could be led astray and not even know it. You know, but the elect, hey, the Most High gonna bring them right on back, like a good old shepherd, like a good mighty shepherd would do. You know, that thing get out there, it gonna bring you right on back. And them false doctrines, hey, get them out of here. You know, cut them up, chop them down. You know. So Revelation, going back to Revelation 14:4, it says, these are they which were not defiled with women, for they are virgins. So these men, they're virgins. What does it mean they're virgins? Hey, they belong to the Most High, you know, because the Most High liken us as a woman. Let me get Jeremiah real quick. The Most High likens the nation of Israel unto a woman. Now, this is Jeremiah chapter 6, and I'm going to start at verse 2. Jeremiah 6:2, and it reads, it says, I have likened the daughter of Zion to a comely and delicate woman. You see that? So the Most High, he likens us unto a woman. That's why the Most High, when he said, bring, let me get this real quick in Matthew. And then I got to get another precept in Jeremiah. This is the book of Matthew, chapter 22. And, you know, I'm going to start at verse 1, Matthew 22:1. It says, and Yahweh shall answer and spake unto them again by parables, and said, the kingdom of heaven is like unto a certain king, which made a marriage for his son, and sent forth his servants to call them that were bidden to the wedding, and they would not come. So this wedding that Yahweh Shah is in, he's married. He's going to marry the Israelites. You know, he's going to marry the Israelites. So let me get Jeremiah chapter 3, verse 14. Jeremiah chapter 3, verse 14. It says, turn, O backsliding children, said the Lord Yahweh. So now we're having to be given to it in a marriage. Now the Israelites are having to be given unto Yahweh Shah, because we turn away and we've played the harlot, you know. So if a woman commits adultery, it's a clear indication of divorcing, you know, separation. So we as Israel, as a nation of Israel, Yasharallah, we have turned away from Yahweh. So now we having to be married back unto, or you can say recompense back to the Most High by the way of his son, you know, Yahweh Shah HaMashiach, the Messiah, you know. So it says, turn, O backsliding children, said the Lord Yahweh, for I am married unto you, and I will take you one of a city and two of a family, and I will bring you to Zion. So we're married into the Most High. So that's another example and another precept for when you go back to Revelation chapter 14, you know, Revelation chapter 14 as being a virgin, you know, because a virgin is without spot and blemish. So these elect men, these elect 144,000 men, they're without spot and blemish, because the Most High, hey, he kind of cleaned them up and he kind of kept them unto himself, you know. And one thing about it, let me see if I can get this precept. One thing about Yahweh Shah is he was given, how can I say this? Yahweh Shah was given the elect by Yahweh. So this is St. John. So the elect was given, and when I say the elect, King David was given to you, was given. That's why you say Yahweh Shah is the son of David. The Messiah is the son of David, but all of this was given to Yahweh Shah by Yahweh, the Most High, the Ancient of Days. As well as the 144,000 men was given to Yahweh Shah by Yahweh, as well as the 1/3 man and woman and child given to Yahweh Shah by Yahweh. So this is St. John 6. Let's go to St. John chapter 6. And then we're going to go back to Revelation and finish that off. Revelation chapter 6 and verse 39, it says, and this is the Father's will. So this is red letters. This is Yahweh Shah saying this is the will of his Father. You know, he didn't say, well, this is my will. He said this is the will of Yahweh. St. John 6 and 39, and this is the Father's will which hath sent me, that of all which he had given me, I shall lose nothing, but shall raise it up again at the last day. And this is the will of him that sent me, that every one which seeth the Son and believeth on him may have may have everlasting life, and I will raise him up at the last day. So the elect was given to Yahweh Shah. You know, that very well was given. So let's go back to Revelation chapter 14. Revelation chapter 14. I'm trying to stay on track right here. Trying to stay on track. Let's go to Revelation chapter 14 and start back at verse 4. It says, these are they which were not defiled with women, for they are virgins. These are they which follow the Lamb whithersoever he goeth. So these are virgins. So you got to think of a virgin like a daughter. A man is going to protect the daughter. Like it says in Sirach, a man is going to protect the daughter. So that's what Yahweh Shah is doing. And that's what Yahweh has done by giving us Yahweh Shah. Let me get this precept real quick. Man, let me see. Let me get this precept real quick. So this is, let me get this out of Apocrypha. Let me see if I can remember this precept. So Yahweh Shah is going to protect the elect, you know, making sure they're not jammed up. Let me find this in Apocrypha. This is, I always keep looking over this stuff. This is Sirach chapter 42. And I'm going to start at verse 11. Sirach, I'm going to start at verse 10. So like I'm going to start at verse 9. Sirach 42 and 9 in the Apocrypha. Ecclesiasticus 42 and 9. It says, the father waketh for the daughter when no man knoweth. When no man knoweth. The father waketh for the daughter when no man knoweth, and the care for her taketh away sleep. When she is young, lest she pass away the flower of her age, and being married, lest she should be hated. In her virginity, lest she should be defiled, and gotten with child in her father's house, and having a husband, lest she should misbehave herself, and when she is married, lest she should be barren. So, hey, that's how the Most High likens unto these 144,000 men. That's why he likens them unto virgins, because you gotta watch over them. You know, they can't be polluted. They can't be defiled. You can't have them tossed to and fro. They can't be in false doctrines, and then next thing you know, they over here. The next thing you know, they in Jehovah's Witness. Next thing you know, they in Christianity. Next thing you know, they in Islam. Next thing you know, they bowing down to rocks and crystals and shockers and all of that folly and madness. You know, because they're gonna follow him. Now I want to get this in Song of Solomon. Let's go to Song of Solomon real quick. They're gonna follow him. Song of Solomon, chapter 1, and I'm gonna start at verse 3. I'm gonna start at verse 2. Song of Solomon, chapter 1 and verse 2. It says, "Let him kiss me." So a lot of times when you read Solomon, it's a similitude, it's allegories, and it's parabolic talk as well. It says, "Let him kiss me with the kisses of his mouth, for thy love is better than wine, because of the savor of thy good ointments. Thy name is as ointment poured forth." So, hey, what you think gonna happen when you call forth the name of the Most High? When you call him forth and asking the Most High for help. The same thing a virgin gonna do when she called for her father, you know. And then after she get married, she gonna call forth her husband, you know. So it says, Song of Solomon 1 and 3, because of the savor of thy good ointment, thy name is as ointment poured forth. Therefore do the virgins love thee. You see that? No, check this out, because it says in Revelation 14 and 4 about these 144,000 men, they're gonna cleave unto the Most High. They're gonna run. They're gonna follow the Most High wherever He goes. So this is what Song of Solomon breaks it down as, because this is also likened in what virgins do. You know, a virgin daughter is not gonna leave her father's house. You know, she's well where she needs to be, as well as these 144,000 men. They're gonna be strictly by the Most High, you know. And so whenever it's time for the Most High to come on the earth, they're going to be sentenced in order to, you know, move with the Most High, because they're going to be the top men, you know. They very well going to be the top men of the elect. So Song of Solomon 1 and 4, it says, draw me, we will run after thee. The king has brought me into his chambers. We will be glad and rejoice in thee. And that's what we said earlier in this lesson. You know, that's why we always kick off with Psalms 122. I was glad when they said it to me. If you not glad, you got to question that. You know, very well the elect gonna be glad, because especially if they reading, especially if they fasting, especially if they praying, especially if they doing the work of the Most High, the elect is gonna be glad. Why? Because you around the Most High. You still covered under His mercy, under His grace. You still got the mind to do the work of the Most High, to keep yourself examined, you know. Make sure you're doing what you're supposed to be doing, or else, you know, you're not glad, you're not rejoicing, you know, you lost. You out there, you jammed up, you know. But somebody that's kind of, you know, jammed up, and even though the so-called Black, Hispanics, and Native Americans are lost, but more so when you in this truth, you know, and you under the shadow and the grace and the mercy of the Most High, and you stand within the truth and the true doctrine of the Most High, you know, you're going to be joyful, you're going to be glad. That's why Psalms 51 verse 10 on down, verse 11, David asked the Lord to restore the joy of his salvation, you know. So Song of Solomon 1 and 4, it says, draw me, we will run after thee. The king has brought me into his chambers. We will be glad and rejoice in thee. We will remember thy love more than wine. The upright love thee. You see that? So this is the indication of what the 144,000 they're going to have. Now I want to get 2 Corinthians. Let me get this in 2 Corinthians. 2 Corinthians chapter 11. It says, I'm going to start at verse 2. And this is also the same spirit that Apostle Paul had when he was dealing with the church, when he was dealing with those in Corinth. This is the same spirit that he was moving in. 2 Corinthians chapter 11 and verse 2. It says, for I am jealous over you with godly jealousy, for I have espoused you to one husband, that I may present you as a chaste virgin to Christ, the anointed. You see that? And so that's what Paul was basically going into as well. Because when you're connected, and when you're rooted and grounded in Yahweh Shai HaMashiach, the Messiah, you're likened unto a virgin, you know. Especially as a man, you repented, you come back to the Most High, you fear the Most High, you keeping the commandments to the best of your ability, you stand within the righteous realm and stand within that narrow path. You know, you're going to be likened unto a virgin as a righteous man unto the Most High, and very well could be of the elect, you know, of one of the 12 tribes. Now I want to get James. Let me get this in James chapter 1, and I'm gonna start at verse 26. James 1 and 26. It says, if any man among you seem to be religious and bridled not his tongue, but deceive his own heart, this man's religion is vain. pure religion and undefiled before Most High God and the Father is this, to visit the fatherless and widows in their affliction, and to keep himself, check this out, and to keep himself unspotted from the world. You see that? And so that's how the elect men are going to be. The 144,000 as well. You know, you're going to follow the orders and the righteousness. Let me get one more. Song of Solomon. Song of Solomon chapter 4, and I'm going to start at verse 12, and it reads, it says, a garden enclosed is my sister. And this is talking about wisdom. The sister is wisdom. A garden enclosed is my sister, my spouse, a spring shut up, a fountain sealed. Thy plants are an orchard of pomegranates, with pleasant fruits, campfire, with spikenard and saffron, calamus and cinnamon, with all trees of frankincense, myrrh, and aloes, with all the chief spices. So these spices and these things are likened to what was in the Lord's garden. Moses, Ezekiel, Daniel, Noah, Isaiah, you know. So when you're reading something, it's almost like a aroma. You know, it's a good old sense. Frankincense, you smelling that. Cinnamon, you smelling that. You know, and what's one thing men like the what's one thing a man should look forward to in his wife, in his spouse, in his virgin? You know, that he's about to marry. A good smell, a good scent. You don't want your woman stinking, you know. So hey, that's how the Most High likens all of this that is in his garden. You know, the prophets, you know, you start bringing this word out, people start smelling it. You know, they get their scent, you know, on the spiritual sense, you know. So Song of Solomon 4:15, a fountain of gardens, a well of living waters, and streams from Lebanon. Awake, O north wind, and come, thou south, blow upon my garden, that the spices thereof may flow out. Let my beloved come into his garden and eat his pleasant fruits. So you in the garden of the Most High. It's like you where you supposed to be, you know, as a man of the Most High, you know, as a representation and ambassador. You know, they see you, they say, man, you know, that word is coming out. You know, you doing what you supposed to be doing. So let me make sure I covered everything on this. Revelation 14 and 4. So Revelation chapter 14 and 4, it says, these are they which were not defiled with women, for they are virgins. These are they which follow the Lamb whithersoever he goeth. Whithersoever he goeth. These were redeemed from among men, being the first fruits unto Most High God and to the Lamb. And that's the first fruits we was talking about earlier. These are the ones that the Most High knew from the beginning. You know, these first fruits, these are basically the spirits that the Most High set up. Like we read in Jeremiah 1 and 5, the Most High foreknew Jeremiah. This was set up in the beginning of time. You know, he knew Jeremiah was going to be a prophet. Now let me get this real quick in Mark. You know, so these are the spirits that are first formed. So these 144,000 men, you know, the Most High foreknew these in the beginning of time. This is Mark chapter 1, and I'm gonna start at verse 14. It says, Mark 1 and 14. It says, now after that John was put in prison, Yahushua came into Galilee, preaching the gospel of the kingdom of Most High God, saying the time is fulfilled and the kingdom of Most High God is at hand. Repent ye and believe the gospel. So he came unto these men, Peter, Andrew, James, and John. So these are the first spirits that was created to follow and believe on the Most High Yahweh Bashem Yahushua. And so just like we read in when Peter, like we read earlier, when Peter was asked, you know, who do they say I am? And Peter said, you are the anointed, you know, as well as in Matthew chapter 9. You know, Peter knew from the jump, from the get-go, when Yahushua came to him and snatched him away from his father out there fishing, you know, Peter didn't have to say, well, Father, look, you know, I got to go with this man that say he's anointed. You know, let me see what he's talking about. And if he ain't talking right, I'm going to come back and I'm going to keep fishing with you, you know. No, man. Hey, when Peter and these men followed the Lord, it was locked in their spirit. It was already locked in. So that's that first fruit that you read about in Revelation chapter 14, you know, how they followed the Most High, how they followed Yahushua, you know. So, like we read, just in case somebody might have kind of chimed in, but I'm gonna read this from Matthew chapter 9. It's the book of Matthew chapter 9, and I'm gonna start at verse Matthew 9. Salakia. It was Luke, Salakia. Luke chapter 9. It's the book of Luke chapter 9 and verse 18. Because remember, when he came to James and John and Andrew, and he said, "Follow me," you know, and also in Mark. So like I wanted Matthew chapter 4. I got a lot of precept on my mind. It's the book of Matthew chapter 4. It says Matthew 4 and 18. Matthew 4 and 18. It says, and Yahushua, walking by the sea of Galilee, saw two brethren, Simon called Peter and Andrew his brother, casting a net into the sea, for they were fishers. So they was out there doing their own thing, minding their business, you know, out there trying to fish, you know, trying to bring in. So verse 19, and he said unto them, follow me, and I will make you fishers of men. And they straightway left their nets and followed him. So, hey, off the jump, they didn't have to think about it. They didn't have to say, well, look, give me a week, and I'm going to get back with you. Hey, let me pray on it. You know, let me go back in the law of Moses and see something I ain't seen that I ain't really kind of getting. No, this was the first fruits. It was created for them to really get down with Yahushua from the jump. So all Yahushua had to do was come through, and it was locked in. And that's how it's gonna be with the elect. They ain't gonna take a day. They ain't gonna take 2 weeks. They don't need to be persuaded too much. You know, they gonna be locked in. That's why, like it says in St. John 14, verse 15 on down, the Holy Spirit gonna bring you that reassurance. It's gonna bring you that remembrance back, as well as St. John 15 and 26. You know, it's gonna comfort you, man. Whoo, this is it. This is what I've been looking for. I've been wanting this. I've been looking for this. I couldn't find it in the Christian church. I couldn't find it in the cathedrals. I couldn't find it in the Jehovah's Witness. I couldn't find it in the Episcopalian. I couldn't find it in the Baptist church. I couldn't find it on the streets. I couldn't find it in a relationship with a woman, and a woman couldn't find it in no relationship with a man. It was locked in from the get-go. You knew from the get-go the truth for the truth, you know, and that's how it is with the elect, you know. So, hey, look, this what Peter said, Luke 9 and 18. And it came to pass, as he was alone praying, his disciples were with him. And he asked them, saying, whom say the people that I am? They answered and said, John the Baptist. But some say Elias. And others say that one of the old prophets is risen again. He said unto them, but whom say ye that I am? Peter answering said, the Christ of Most High God. See that? So right at the jump, you know, he was locked in. He said, oh yeah, I know this the truth. You can't say nothing else. This is it. You know. So what else about the 144,000? You know, this is Revelation chapter 14 and verse 5. And it says, and in their mouth was found no guile, for they are without fault before the throne of the Most High God. So the Most High, he can, like we read earlier, the key of David. The key of David represents salvation. The Most High can forgive you for your sins. Look at what he forgave David of. David committed a sin worthy of death. He committed adultery, you know, and he was crafty with it too, you know. But Isaiah 55 verse 3 and verse 4 says he's a witness, you know. The Most High, when he appoints it unto the elect that he's going to forgive them, that's also a representation of what it's going to be in the new covenant. The Most High forgive your sins, and he's not going to remember it again, you know. So let me get this in Hebrews right quick. And that ain't came yet. A lot of people saying, "Oh, we in the new covenant. The new covenant, the new covenant." When the new covenant is established, the Most High is not going to remember your sins. Straight up, He's not going to remember your sins. You know. So this is Hebrews chapter 8, and I'm gonna start at verse 8, and it reads. It says, "For finding fault with them, He said, Behold, the days come, said the Lord, when I will make a new covenant with the house of Israel and with the house of Judah, southern kingdom and northern kingdom, not according to the covenant that I made with their fathers in the day when I took them by the hand to lead them out of the land of Egypt, because they continue not in my covenant, and I regarded them not, said the Lord. For this is the covenant that I will make with the house of Israel. After those days, said the Lord, I will put my laws into their mind and write them in their hearts, and I will be to them a God most high, and they shall be to me a people. And they shall not teach every man his neighbor and every man his brother, saying, Know the Lord, for all shall know me, for from the least to the greatest. But check this out. This is the key part. Verse 12, Hebrews 8 and 12. For I will be merciful to their unrighteousness, and their sins and their iniquities will I remember no more. You see that? So that is clear right there, how the Most High said in their mouth was found no guile. Because the elect men, He is going to not remember their sins. Just like He forgave David, you know. Just like He forgave David. So I want to get Psalm 73. Let me get Psalm 73. This is the book of Psalms, chapter 73. And I want to start at verse 1. And it reads, it says, Truly the Most High God is good to Israel, even to such as are of a clean heart. So like we said, King David had a contrite heart. He had a contrite heart, meaning he was very sincere of, he confessed that he was wrong for what he done and his ways was wicked, and he turned away from that. And so that's how the elect men is liking when the Most High said there's no guile in their mouth. You know, they repented and they turn away and they're sincere. But not every man is sincere. You got a lot of men, they can give a care less, you know. But hey, look, there's certain men on the earth right now, you know, they represent the elect and they on fire, you know. And you got a lot of them, they're sincere and they're pure, you know. That doesn't say, that's not saying they're not gonna fall short. Romans 3 and 32 say all men have came short of the glory of the Most High, roughly paraphrasing. You know, 2nd Edges 4 and 30. You know, the evil grain of seed was sown in Adam. So how much more during this time now? Everybody gonna fall short. There ain't not one man that ain't fell short, and that's only the Messiah, Yahweh Shah. But everybody else gonna fall short, you know. Now let me get Isaiah 55, Salaki. Not Isaiah, but Sirach. Let me get Sirach chapter 5, and then I want to get Sirach 14. Sirach 5, and I'm gonna start at verse. Sirach chapter 5. Let me see what I want. I want Sirach chapter 5. I'm gonna start at verse 10. Sirach chapter 5 and verse 10. It says 5 and 10. It says, Be steadfast in thy understanding, and let thy word be the same. So you can't, the elect is not going to be, they're not going to change their understanding. They're going to stay firm. They're going to stay grounded. They're going to stay rooted. You know, they're not going to be tossed all over the place, trying to get views, trying to get money, trying to teach for hire, trying to teach the get popularity. You know, they're going to stay within their rightful position, you know, because like we said in Song of Solomon chapter 4, Song of Solomon chapter 3, you know, the Most High, the elect man is going to stay where the Most High is. When the Most High move, they gonna move. You know, they're not gonna be moving the goalposts, trying to make up stuff every month, every year. You know, verse 12, Sirach 5 and 12. If thou hast understanding, answer thy neighbor. If not, lay thy hand upon thy mouth. You know, it's like I jumped the gun. So like Sirach 5 and 11. It says, Be swift to hear, and let thy life be sincere. So it's about being honest. in front of people and behind closed doors. When you're around a big view crowd or a congregation, you gotta be pure. You gotta be honest about this thing. You can't just be trying to do it to be seen. What you're saying, you gotta follow that, and what you're following, you gotta say that. Paul didn't hold back from the church. He kept it straightforward. He said, hey, I wish I was accursed for my brother and my kinsman. He didn't kind of just hold that back, said, kind of wish I went through what the Lord went through. No, he told us, man. He said, I wish I would have went through what the Lord went through, man. For my brother and my kinsman, according to the flesh. He was sincere. He was honest. If you honest, it's gonna come out. Look, man, I've been meaning to tell you, you kind of off. You might not like me after I say this, but hey, look, the truth is the truth. The truth gonna come out, man. It's gonna come out. And what has been going on? The truth been coming out. It's all over the place now. You can't stop it. You can't stop the truth. It's gonna come out. Here you got a woman, that hey, she been trying to get child support from a man and lay down with God knows how many men and say, oh, you the daddy. She gonna say the one with the most money the daddy. Sooner or later that's the truth gonna come out. You are not the father. The Most High ain't gonna allow the truth to be hid. It's gonna come out. So hey, the same thing with the elect, same thing with us contending for the faith and striving. We gotta be sincere. We gotta be honest. We gotta be honest. Keep it real. Can't hide behind a lie. We gotta keep it real. So it said, be swift to hear and let thy life be sincere, and with patience give answer. And so that's why the Most High said in their mouth was no guile. King David was honest. Hey, he could have cut Saul down many times. He was in a cave. He cut his skirt, he cut his garment off, had it in his hand. But the whole time, hey, Saul, he was not sincere. He was trying to get one up on him the whole time. But hey, that's how our people are. That's how our people are. Now I wanted to get Matthew 24 real quick. We got to move on to these laws, statutes, and commandments before we close out. So this is Matthew chapter 24 and verse 30, and it reads, it says, and then shall appear the sign of the Son of Man in heaven. So when Yahweh shall come back, best believe the Most High is going to allow the elect to be in them chariots, and then the 144,000 men is going to be with the Most High. Right now, you might not be nobody. You might not got no money. You might got a beat down car. You might be on a bus. You might got a job. You only making $10 an hour. You might be making $15 an hour. You might have only just barely made it through school. You might have dropped out of college. You might have was trying to get a date with one of them top women that had a decent status or got a couple 100,000 followers or got a couple thousand followers. But you men, listen to me and listen to me good, because we are living in the last days. And it's a lot of brothers that I look at that I don't say nothing, man. I'm kind of getting emotional, man. Because this is what we got to understand. Look, I came up with no father in my life, man. And I'm getting emotional. I'm in the spirit too. So you can say what you want to say. You men need to understand that it's going to come a day, an hour, and a time where the Most High going to repay you for everything that happened to you. All these women that did you dirty, your time is coming. It's man on the earth right now that represents the elect. And what we about to read, you need to understand this. Now, this is Matthew chapter 24 and verse 30. I'm in the spirit, though, man. Call on Yahweh by Shema Mashak Yahushua. Matthew 24 and 30. And then shall appear the Son of Man. It said the sign of the Son of Man. Look, I'm stumbling over my words, man. I'm getting excited, man. And then shall appear the sign of the Son of Man in heaven. And then shall all the tribes of the earth mourn. and they shall see the Son of Man coming in the clouds of heaven with great power and glory, man. Let me read it right. Hold on now. Hold on now, Hosea. Get it right now. You know, I'm sweating, you know, I'm getting excited, you know. Hey, look, it's certain men that you might have talked to that's of the elect. It's certain men you might have held count with that's of the elect, man. It's certain men you might be looking at right now that might be of the elect, man. It might be brothers that might be doing lives tomorrow that might be of the elect. You know, you never know. Hey, a woman might be married to the elect. That might be at 144,000, you know. But, hey, let's read it one more time. Let's get it right. Matthew 24:30. And then shall appear the sign of the Son of Man in heaven. And then shall all the tribes of the earth mourn. And they shall see the Son of Man coming in the clouds of heaven with power and great glory. And he shall send his angels with a great sound of a trumpet. And they shall gather together his elect from the four winds, from the one end of heaven to the other. You see that? And you need to know this. You need to know this. You brothers that feel like y'all ain't SHIT, you need to hear this and know this, man. You know? And guess what? You got to elect women too. I ain't forget this. You got to elect women too. So this is second John. You got elect women. You know, yeah, y'all be cooking good. You know, y'all be smelling good. Y'all got the garments right. Y'all got your head wraps. Y'all got the dresses. Y'all got the fringes on the dresses. There's women too that represents the elect. You know, so this is 2 John chapter 1 verse 1, and it reads, 2 John chapter 1 verse 1. It says, the elder unto the elect lady and her children. Uh-oh. A lot of brothers, they don't want to hear this. Uh-oh. Man, that sister off, man. The woman is the weaker vessel. You know. That's that's okay. Hey, that's okay. Hey, but the Most High got women that's of the elect too now. Stop playing around. The Most High ain't nothing to play with. Watch how you treat these women out here too. You know, watch how you treating these women. Because you might very well got an elect woman in your house too. You know. You might got you an elect woman. You can't just be doing anything and everything. You can't just have this woman just all over the place, man. You got to have some boundaries, some standards. You can't let that woman go out of the house dressed any kind of way. You know. You got to have your house in order. You know. You might got an elect woman in your possession right now and not even know it. Because, hey, we don't know what the elect is, who the elect is. You know. You think that woman just cooking like that for no reason? You know, you think she just got that from cooking shows? There's all type of food out here to jam your mind up. You know, you think that woman taking care of them kids like that by herself? You got to be a fool to think that, man. You know, you got to be a fool. You got elect women on the earth right now as we speak, watching over the children while these brothers out here in these different cities, on these highways and byways for hours, doing lessons for hours. Who taking care of the kids? Who watching the children? Who cooking the food? Who making sure the feast day is right? You know, elect women are. You know, not every woman is a devil. You know, is a Satanist. You know, not every woman is a harlot out here. You know, they just might be hard for you to find. You know, but they somewhere out here. So, going back, 2 John 1:1, the elder unto the elect lady and her children, whom I love in the truth, and not I only, but also all they that have known the truth. You see that? So, there's sisters out here that's of the elect too. So, let me get 2 Timothy real quick. Let's go to 2 Timothy. 2 Timothy chapter 1. 2 Timothy chapter 1. And verse 5, and it reads, it says, when I call to remembrance the unfeigned faith that is in thee, which dwelt first in thy grandmother Lois. You see that? So, Paul said to Timothy, his grandmother, she was a mighty woman, you know. which dwelt first in thy grandmother. So his grandmother had faith. Who you think taught him? Who you think taught Timothy? You know, a lot of these women, they teaching these children how to move in the right spirit. You know, but they don't get enough credit though. They don't get enough credit. All they get is rebuke, you know, and correction all day, all night, 24/7, non-stop. You know, but guess what? The Most High gonna reward them though. You know, so 2 Timothy chapter 1 and verse 5. When I call to remembrance the unfeigned faith that is in thee, which dwelt first. So he didn't say Timothy had faith first. He said his grandmother had faith first. You know, Louis, and thy mother Eunice. And I am persuaded that in thee also. You see that? So, hey, we got women out here that is of the elect. So, let me get this before we go to these commandments and statutes and laws. Now, this is the book of Luke, chapter 9. Lord willing, this was mightily edifying to you. You know, Lord willing, I was able to touch on all points to the best of my ability. Luke chapter 9 and verse 27, and it reads. Now this precept, everybody, you know, a lot of people might read this, but this ain't for everybody now. This is not for everybody. This is for the elect. Luke 9 and 27, and it reads. It says, but I tell you of a truth, there be some standing here which shall not taste of death till they see the kingdom of Most High God. So you got Israelites out here, they ain't gonna be jammed up until they see the kingdom of the Most High. You know. So let's get into the law. You know, we might only be able to touch on one law based on the amount of time we got and based on how long we was up here. But all praise to Yahweh B'Shem Yahushua. It's the Shabbat. All praise to the Most High that we keeping the Shabbat in the word. So this is Deuteronomy. Let's get the law. Hey, that's one thing you got to do. You got to have the law. You know, ain't no way possible I could just say we was going to get into the law and not try to get one of these laws. So, matter of fact, before we get that, I want to get Deuteronomy chapter 6. Deuteronomy chapter 6, and I'm going to start at verse 22. Deuteronomy chapter 6 and verse 22, and it reads. It says, and the Lord Yahweh shewed signs and wonders, great and sore, upon Egypt, upon Pharaoh, and upon all his household before our eyes. And how in the world you going to forget that? How in the world you going to forget what the Most High done? That's why it's important to read. You got to go back and read, you know. You can't forget what the Most High did. You know, Deuteronomy 32 and 7. You know, remember the former days. You know, Job 30 and 30. You know, Job 8 and 8. You know, so like it, Job 8 and 8, not Job 30 and 30, but Job 8 and 8. You know, remember the former days. You know. So the Most High said, again, Deuteronomy 6 and 22, and the Lord Yahweh shewed signs and wonders great and sore. Great and sore upon Egypt, upon Pharaoh, and upon all his household before our eyes. And he brought us out from thence, that he might bring us in to give us the land which he swore unto our fathers. And the Lord Yahweh commanded us to do all these statutes. So, hey, look, it's a command that we do the statutes. How in the world are we going to do the statutes if we ain't studying the statutes? If we're not studying the laws? If we're not studying the commandments? It's many things we can be looking at and studying and reading. We can't just only be in Psalms, only in Proverbs, only in the Gospels. Hey, look, we got to eat the whole roll. You know, we got to eat the whole roll. All this time the Most High giving us, we got to use it for something. So it said, Deuteronomy 6 and 23, it says, and he brought us out from thence, that he might bring us in to give us the land which he swore unto our fathers. And the Lord Yahweh commanded us to do all these statutes, to fear the Lord Yahweh our Most High God, for our good always. So he gave us this for our good, not so we can just only lose friends, not just only for us to be separated from our family members, not only for us to lose our job, not only for us just to read, man, but for our good as well. These laws, statutes, commandments are for our good. You know, it's for the benefiting of our health. You know, You don't eat pork no more. That's good. That's for your health. And that's for your nationality. And it's for your heritage. And it's for your obedience to the Most High. You know? It's for your good. You know? You stop shaving your beard as a man. Hey, it's a scientific method. You know? You shave, you get all them bumps. And now your neck looking like you got the hibby-jibbies. You know? You go to the barbershop, you get it shamed. Them guards hit one of them bumps and you got blood gushing out everywhere. Now you done defiled the barber, and now the barber forgot to clean the clippers, and now you done defiled somebody else. You got pus oozing out, and now you done made 117 people for the day unclean because you got ooze and pus and all of these things you don't want to keep the law and you don't want to learn about. Now you done jammed the barber and his whole shop up for the rest of the whole where they do cook hair on the Shabbat, and which is, you know, stuff that's inconvenient in society, but you done jammed everybody up, you know, when you should be keeping these commandments for your good, you know. So it says, for our good always, that he might preserve us alive as it is at this day. Verse 25, Deuteronomy 6:25. And it shall be our righteousness if we observe to do all these commandments before the Lord Yahweh, our Most High God, as he has commanded us. So let's go to Deuteronomy chapter 12. Deuteronomy chapter 12 and verse 8, and it reads, it says, ye shall not do after all the things that we do here this day, every man whatsoever is right in his own eyes. So this law is stating that we don't do what our eyes is seeing. You know, you see your homegirl doing that, so you gonna do that. You see your homeboy doing that, so you gonna do that. You know, your grandfather did that, so you gonna do that. You know, you was taught to do that, so you gonna do that. You know, which is wicked. You know, you can't do that. You gotta do what the Most High commanded you to do. You know, and matter of fact, I want to get this into I might get this in the NLT or the NIV. So let's get another translation right quick. So Deuteronomy chapter 12 and verse 8. So Deuteronomy 12 and 8. Let me see if it give me the NIV. Let's see, where the NIV at? It says, the NIV, it's Deuteronomy 12 and 8. It says, you are not to do as we do here today, everyone doing as they see fit. So a lot of people see it fit that they got to keep these pagan customs, man. You know, they see it fit. They gotta do what their mamas say. They gotta protect their mamas' feelings. You know. Now we understand we gotta honor our mother and father, but if they tell us to do something against his commandments, the Most High Yahweh Shem Yahushua, against his laws and statutes, then look, we gotta get out of there. You know. Let's read it one more time. Deuteronomy 12 and 8. It says, ye shall not do after all the things that we do here this day, every man whatsoever is right in his own eyes. And what has that got us? Let's go to Psalms 106, how we got earlier. Psalms 106. Psalms 106, and I want to start at verse 35. Psalms 106 and 35, and it reads, it says, I'm going to start at verse 33. Psalms 106 and 33. It says, because they provoked his spirit, so that he spake unadvisedly with his lips. They did not destroy the nations concerning whom the Lord Yahweh commanded them, but were mingled among the heathen and learned their works. And they served their idols, which were a snare unto them. And so that's what we did after going about our eyes. That's what going about our eyes has got us into and jammed us up into doing, you know, which that's the law tells us not to do then. Now I want to get in the Apocrypha. Let's go to Sirach, Ecclesiasticus 31. And I want to start at verse 13. Sirach 31 and verse 13, and it reads, it says, remember that a wicked eye is an evil thing, And what is created more wicked than an eye? Therefore it weepeth upon every occasion. So, hey, the Most High just told us that all the things he created, the eye is more wicked. Because it's weeping upon everything. You know, it's lusting after this, it's covetous of that. You know, it's staring too long at that and thinking about that. And now your mindset done changed. Now you done forgot to read. Now you done forgot to pray. Now you done lost hope. You know. Verse 14, it says, stretch not thine hand whithersoever it looketh, and thrust it not with him into the dish. You see that? So, hey, it's important for us not to just go about what we see fit. We got to question stuff. We got to be aware, take heed, you know, or else we're going to be overthrown and perish. Like the Most High said in Luke 13:3, repent or you're going to perish. You know, repent from going after your eyes and allowing your eyes to overthrow you. So Most High willing, this was edifying to you. Call Yahweh by Shema Mashak Rashad. This is the Isaiah chapter 26 and verse 3, and it reads, it says, thou will keep him in perfect peace, whose mind is stayed on thee, because he trusted in thee. Trust ye in the Lord Yahweh forever, for in the Lord Yahweh is everlasting strength. All praise to Yahweh by Shema Rashad Mashak. Most High willing, that was edifying to you. Don't count this as a light thing to do. Fishing with Zion with another video through the spirit and the power of Yahweh by Shema Rashad. All praises, glory, honor to Yahweh. In the name of his son Yahweh Shah, call Yahweh by Shema Rashad Mashak. Barakatah Yahweh. Barakatah Yahweh Shah. Shabbat Shalom. Peace and blessings to you.